Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second day of the EIC Summit. For those that you have been with us yesterday, just to remind all of you that it was a fantastic day, a fantastic event, with a lot of inspiring discussions and important ceremonies. So we had the award of the iCapital, we had the award of the Rising Cities, and we have the announcement of the third unicorn under EIC. So fantastic outcomes of this 1 year of establishing EIC, and in particular under Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe, more will come. So today is the second day of the summit, and we open with this plenary session, a very important session because it's a session that will bring us on how to work together and co-create innovation policy and innovation activities together with the member states, together with the associate countries, together with the stakeholders. So I'm very happy today to moderate a session on the launching of the EIC Forum, a forum established with high representatives from member states and associated countries to provide us advice, input, recommendation on what needs to be done in order to promote European innovation policy and to promote European leadership on new technologies. So I'm extremely happy to open this session today, which is going to start with a keynote speech by Commissioner Gabriel, our commissioner responsible for his innovation, research, education, sports, and creativity. So a commissioner with a huge portfolio, a commissioner for knowledge. And also, we are going to have a presentation of the member of the newly established EIC Forum, Friedhof Manuel, the Deputy Director General of the German Ministry for Research and Education and Innovation, and a fantastic panel where he's going to provide feedback to what is going to be presented, the first policy orientation document prepared jointly by the EIC Forum Workshop, a feedback that is going to be given by Commissioner Gabriel, but also by distinguished speakers such as the Minister Manuel Heitor, the Portuguese Minister for Research and Innovation, who is going to provide a video message to all of us, and then Sergej Slalek, the Director General in the Directorate for Internationalization and Representation Technology in Slovenia, and Christian Eller, and distinguished member of the European Parliament and the ITRE Committee. So this is going to be our session today, and without losing any more time, I'm looking forward to invite Commissioner Gabriel on the podium with me. Commissioner, please join us for a keynote speech about what we expect to do today, the official inauguration of the forum, and your vision about the European innovation policy. Commissioner, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, dear Anna, dear Minister Hayter, honorable member of the European Parliament, Dr. Heller, dear Director Generals, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to say thank you. Thank you very much for being with us for this second day of the EIC Summit. Thank you very much to all those that have made possible that the EIC Forum become a reality today. Because it is with great pleasure that I address so many important actors of innovation in Europe, including those following us remotely. Well, today marks the official launch of the European Innovation Council Forum, a new centerpiece of European innovation policymaking to promote coordination and dialogue. As such, I want to take this opportunity to challenge you. European community of innovators, business, politics and science. Let's get to work. Let's talk. Let's co-design the future of Europe, starting with innovation. Allow me here to begin by highlighting that people and businesses in Europe can only thrive if the economy works for them and for the planet, which requires us to rethink the way we produce and consume. That is why we have established the EIC Forum as a platform that brings closer together entrepreneurs, universities, policymakers, so that together we may find better ways to promote and regulate innovation in Europe. This forum is also offered as a platform to bring together initiatives launched recently. For example, the traffic light from Slovenia, European Startup Nation Alliance from Portugal, and the Scale Up initiative by France. This is a good example of coordination and collaboration at European level for the benefit of European innovators. Indeed, the EIC Forum provides you a space where you can meet and discuss openly and informally how the European Union should design our innovation public policy in order to boost high-quality jobs, come up with creative solutions for shaping a sustainable and resilient recovery from the pandemic, and ensure our European strategic sovereignty in the twin digital and green transitions. I strongly believe that in order to achieve a stronger pan-European innovation ecosystem, we first need more public-private coordination and dialogue at the European, regional and national level, which will benefit all regions, allowing industries, startups to thrive and leaving no one behind. That is why it is so important for me to hear your recommendations, because it will help us work better together and will push us to come up with joint solutions to our common economic, climate and societal challenges. So in this sense, let me say that I'm very much looking forward to hear now the first preliminary policy orientations discussed at the preparatory meeting of the EIC Forum this Tuesday. Indeed, based on the preparatory work that I have seen, I can already let you know that our views are very much aligned. In fact, both the main intervention areas and ideas for actions that you suggest, as well as the working groups that you will form, also complement what we have heard from other stakeholder groups in recent months. And I'm here, I must say that I'm really proud. I'm proud that for the first time we have consulted and organized policy workshops with essential stakeholder groups that are not usually part of some European circles, such as the group of women in venture capital, the group of European unicorn founders, and the group of European innovation ecosystem leaders. Their recommendations range from better regulation of stock options and startup visas to attract talent, to small valleys and startup villages to ensure territorial innovation cohesion, to new instruments to build a true pan-European innovation ecosystem. And in addition, we also launched an open stakeholder survey. You can find the results online and learn from the different views we have collected about the challenges Europe's innovation ecosystem actors are facing, which opportunities they see ahead, and what are their ideas for future actions. Now, we need you. We need coordination and dialogue to enrich our policy-making process, thanks to the national expertise and viewpoints of the EIC Forum representatives from member states and associated countries. We need to hear from you. So to conclude, I want to ask all of you to come up with ambitious and concrete recommendations that can help us boost Europe's innovation performance. So let me welcome you once again on this exciting journey we are starting together today. I look forward to work with you to turn the current crisis into an opportunity to shape the recovery of Europe, making it greener and fit for the digital world, leaving no one behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear Commissioner. It's a very inspiring speech which demonstrates your challenging mission and vision that you have. And we are all here to work together to deliver this vision, and I hope we'll manage to do it very soon. So, as you said, the forum started already to work before its formal launching, which is today. And in order to prepare this meeting, there was a very important policy orientation document that was prepared, discussed, and today we are happy that Mr. Meinel is going to present to you. I hope that Mr. Meinel is connected with us online. Yes, good morning, Friedrich. Welcome to the launching event of the EIC Forum. So you are one of the members of the forum. We have discussed together this Tuesday the orientation document, and I'm extremely pleased that you are with us today to present this orientation document. So the floor is yours. Please convince us what needs to be done.
Thank you, Anna. Good morning. Dear Commissioner Gabriel, dear Minister Heitor, dear members of the European Parliament, dear colleagues, dear ladies and gentlemen. Yes, indeed, it's a great pleasure to me to be part of the launch of the EIC Forum today. Europe's innovation performance continues to improve across the EU. That's the good news. But still, in a rapidly evolving global context, we have to further advance policies to enhance innovation in Europe in order to address the green and the digital transition and to foster societal and economic growth. Within the EIC Forum, we discussed challenges and bottlenecks for strengthening the European innovation ecosystem. We have to differentiate between short and medium-term goals and keep the long-term development of innovation policy in mind. Sounds quite simple, but isn't. I would like to present you now our policy orientations, if I may say so, for the development of the Union's innovation ecosystem in 5 areas without any claim to completeness due to our time constraints today. A hard copy with these policy orientations will be transmitted to you, Commissioner Gabriel, shortly. These areas have received overall support by the colleagues from the member states and associated countries in the EIC Forum. I have exactly 1 slide I would like to show to you now. Can we see the slide, please? Yes, thanks. Firstly, it will be crucial to better leverage existing instruments between different tools of the 3rd pillar of Horizon Europe, as well as with other EU programs. We should also strive to exploit the possibilities of fundamental research and supporting market-creating innovation. Here we need to bring scientists and innovators together. Secondly, a better interconnection of the innovation ecosystems at EU, national and regional level should be envisaged. By strengthening cooperation between all innovation actors, we ensure efficient flows of ideas and talents. Innovative SMEs can play an important role. We also need to foster entrepreneurial mindsets and skills. Thirdly, we need to encourage funding for high-risk innovation-led investments. There is a need to collect more evidence to characterize the scale-up gap and assess national specificities in scale-up funding. At the European level, we should be aiming at stimulating investments in strategic areas while maintaining strategic autonomy. Our fourth area is to bridge the innovation divide within Europe by boosting synergies, particularly across EU innovation-related policies and programs such as Horizon Europe and the cohesion policy. It will be important to prioritize national and regional R&I investments and reforms. Fifthly, last but not least, we should empower innovators through the single market. And that, I think, is especially important. Improving the regulatory framework to make it more flexible and accommodating for innovators and addressing market fragmentation are key levers to improve Europe's innovation performance. In our discussion, we have emphasized the need to attract entrepreneurial talent in Europe, a topic which, as far as we have heard, will be also addressed in the French Council presidency next year. In general, the work on these different policy orientations will be carried forward with the help of established working groups of the EIC Forum. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your attention, and I'm looking forward to the further contributions in today's launch event of the EIC Forum. Thank you again for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Meinl. Thank you very much for this very interesting input. And actually, I feel that you and the group, you feel already the ownership of this policy orientation document, which is extremely important because this is what needs to be the case. So we work together, we create together this orientation document and future policy proposals that Maria Gabriel will hear with a lot of interest. So I would like now to launch the debate, the panel discussion that we are going to have. I hope by now Mr. Jerner Slavlek, the Director General for the Directorate for Internationalization and Entrepreneurship and Technology Slovenia, is with us. He's not here yet. Okay, and I know that we are waiting for Mr. Eller to connect, but waiting the connection of the other members of the panel. Dear Maria, I will turn to you with the first question. So, you heard, you listened to what it was presented to you by the forum. Do you think that this is what it is expected? Is it enough? Is something missing from what you have heard?
Well, thank you very much, dear Anna, for this first question. First of all, I would like to say thank you. Thank you very much for this document, for those recommendations. I must say that we are very much aligned, and it's quite encouraging to see that for the last few months we all not only look at the same direction, but we are thinking about the common solutions. That's why for me it's the first sign we are very well aligned. We need here to strengthen this holistic and systematic approach that we can see with the different policy recommendations. And of course it's quite encouraging to see that member states and what we can see at national level as good practices can be integrated in this framework. Maybe in that sense, for me, it's an excellent starting point. Maybe one thing not so much missing, but there is a potential to increase this dimension. Well, I'm a commissioner responsible for education too, and I think that when we talk about talent, this dimension can be strengthened. We can talk really really about the role of universities and always really to link research, innovation and education, create synergies, think how together from local to national and European level we can just tell to all our talents, you are at home, Europe is your home, so you can develop your ideas and you can thrive where you are in Europe. So for me, that's the main message at this moment. Thank you very much. Excellent work.
Thank you very much. And of course, you are about to prepare and present an important package on universities, which is going to be linked very much with the work that is ongoing on the innovation policy and actions. Thank you very much for this. So in the meantime, I see that the Director General, Jerner Zlarlek, has been with us. So the same question to you. You listened to the presentation, you have seen the orientation document. What are your views? Is it what you expected? Is there something missing? And in particular from your national experience as well.
Yes, thank you very much for the floor. First of all, I would really like to congratulate you for the work done. I believe that having such a forum is actually a necessity to move forward, since we all know that innovation is in heart of the Europe's development. And I must say that I agree with proposed policy orientations, and when reading in detail the recommendations, I can see that the most of the EU innovation policies weaknesses that have been actually detected are being addressed. Since coming from the Ministry of Economic Development, I would perhaps only suggest a bit more focus to be given on the actions to promote and support concrete cooperation between research and businesses. For instance, support for setting up a multidisciplinary development and innovation teams in companies is one such action that could be put forward, for example. And also attracting and keeping young innovation talents is also something that could be perhaps a bit more highlighted, since they really are the future of our development here in Europe. Nevertheless, like I said, I support all the activities at the EU level, especially in the EIC forum, since our common goal should be to create something like a new innovation strategy for the European Union. And at the member state level, we all try to do our very best to support innovation through different, but sometimes very similar policies and instruments. Still, we see that maybe we lack some cohesion on the EU level. I expect that this forum will try to answer some of them, and I'm sure that we can learn from each other and help each other to do even more.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this, and thank you very much also because you are preparing the next question. I think Mr. Eller is not here with us, so I pass directly then to the next question, and I will continue with you, Maria. What do you expect from this forum? So this is the kickoff. This is the launching. We had some preparatory work, but there is a long way in front of us. And we certainly have the opportunity for further feedback to you, further discussions. But what do you expect from the forum? How do you think it could best help you to achieve the innovation vision that you have?
Well, first, I have great expectations. And if I have to resume in one sentence, it will be what I expect from EIC Forum is 3C. It's connect, contribute, co-create. First, connect, because what I would like here to transmit as messages that I count on all of you to transform EIC Forum into a platform, a unique platform where we can connect each other, where we can learn from each other, where we can really exchange. And I'm sure that if there is a lot of motivation, concrete proposals like those that we just listened to, it will be great to have this point of reference at European level for connecting people that are working for pan-European innovation ecosystem. The second, of course, is to contribute, because we need, as I already said it, we need your contribution, your examples, your experiences, your ideas to shape our common policies at European level, to see where we can facilitate your work, what is possible, where are the respective competencies of national member states, of the European Union, what we have to do much more with our regions. And of course, the third is to co-create, because it's good to connect each other, it's good to learn from each other, it's good to have good practices and excellent ideas. But if we don't co-create since the beginning common solutions that will be adequate for realities on the ground, I think that we don't have the same chances to succeed, because I think that definitely we share one common ambition to transform Europe in a leader of innovation, using all our strengths, using all our talents, really thinking about all our territories and people that want to be included in this work. And that's why I count very much on the EIC Forum to connect, to contribute and to co-create with us common solutions. I'm not talking only about policies, solutions that will help Europe to accelerate the pace to become a leader.
Of course. Thank you very much. And actually, you are the example of our commissioners of co-creation with the ERA. Tomorrow, there will be a very important package to be adopted by the Compact Council. It is a result of a real co-creation inaugurated and guided by you. Thank you very much for this feedback. I'm happy to announce that Mr. Eller is with us today as well. He just joined. Welcome, Mr. Eller. We are very happy to have you with us. We are already at the question about what are the expectations of the forum from your side, for the European Parliament side, but probably in your reply you can also a little bit reflect and react to the first question about whether the report, the relations document that we have just presented and you have seen, I assume, beforehand, is what you expected, or you think there is something missing towards the development of renewing innovation policy in Europe. Mr. Eller, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for having me. Good morning, Madam Commissioner. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, the expectations are high, and I might start with a more global perspective. I think the Commissioner, you as board members of the EIC, we as the three institutions hold one of the strategic instruments in our hands for global competition of the European Union. And we should understand that even the Green Deal, where we expect on the one hand this move towards climate change, but also a completely new business model, new patents, a new generation of technology is challenged. And we're challenged by our American counterparts. When President Biden had been saying, we don't go the regulatory way, we are going to go to invest, to risk, to innovate, to open our big financial capital markets towards innovation and the needed technology and investments to reduce CO2 emissions by 55%. That was a kind of systematic challenge which had been presented. And that means that the EIC instrument is the key instrument, and the Parliament is willing even to think about even attributing more money to that instrument, which is somewhere in between the classical financial markets in Europe, the need for investment in deep tech, take risks, not to care about Basel II banking portfolios, to get into innovation, into risk. And it might be, as the budget control institution, a strange thing to say, but our expectation is that you risk, that you achieve, definitely, but you understand that usually public budget are risk averse, and we created that instrument to have a risk-driven instrument. And we want to reassure the Commission that the Parliament is standing behind the Commission also when we are losing money, because if you want to take risks, you have to have the willingness to lose money if you want to achieve a lot. And so for us, it is far beyond the expectation we originally had. One of the key instruments for the Green Deal, one of the key instruments for making Europe yet again the innovative place in the world. And so the expectations are high, but the willingness, the political willingness to back that up is also very high in the European Parliament.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eller. And actually that brings me to the third question, because Commissioner Gabriel, you expect solutions, concrete solutions. Mr. Eller, you spoke about the response through the EIC, through Horizon Europe program that the Union gave to the need for more risk, for more innovation, for accelerate deep tech technologies. So my third question to all of you is, how we can tackle still the main bottlenecks that we have and what we should do more at European level. And I would like to start with Mr. Zlahlek with his reply to this question.
Yes, thank you very much for this question as well. I think that we all must fully embrace, not only welcome, but embrace the 3C principle that that was given by the commissioner: connect, contribute, and co-create. This is the best keywords we can hang on to, because you know, we have to work together if we want to make progress. I mean, I see the work of the EIC forum very similar to the one to the industrial forum on the EU level, which was set up earlier this year by the DG Grow. And both forums have to provide policy recommendations to us that are policymakers. And I'm sure that both forums will also exchange information and connect with each other so they can prosper in their work. So perhaps somehow they will work hand in hand, or find a way how to communicate, because we simply cannot expect better cooperation between research and businesses. I always refer to businesses because, like I said, from the perspective of the Ministry of Economy, this is very important. And we cannot expect this cooperation if two such forums on the EU level don't cooperate as well. And I'm very lucky to be privileged by being member of both forums, and I believe that many of my colleagues are not, and would appreciate, like I said, an open flow of information. So this is one huge bottleneck, so that information gets to all of us. And the other, maybe to emphasize, is the maybe fragmentation. Also, beginning at the EU level, the fragmentation of support schemes are many times complicated for companies, and then on the national level as well, we know we have our responsibility in this area as well. We fragment the support schemes as well. Companies, they need predictability and time in order to innovate. So this is the short answer. This, as I highlighted, these 2 points. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very clear message. Mr. Eller, what do you see more from your side? What needs to be done more?
Might be to my blunt German nature, we need more money. And that's the task we have. We have a certain flexibility in the budget, but I would really appeal to the Council, not yet again as it had been this year. I'm the budget rapporteur also for Horizon, yet to get in this ritual that we are cutting research program. I mean, we've retained the money, but we have a certain flexibility within the Horizon budget, and I think we should really think about contributing yet another billion or 2 billion euros to the EIC. Besides that more robust appeal, what we expect from the EIC is that you're ambitious. For us, the contribution we had been in terms of the setting and the portfolio of the EIC, we wanted to add the creative industries, the creative factor, which might transfer groundbreaking technologies to something which is really transformative in our societies. And to go that alley, to look for unconventional new mergers of technology, creative aspects, I think that creates that transformative technologies which are attributing to societal change and contribute to climate change or to really innovation in societies. And I think that ambition to become something also, or think unconventional, I think that is one of the most important tasks. And then, if I may add, what we would also like to see and what we would need is, let's be realistic. We have now the situation that we can get bigger, but we should be able to get bigger. We have now a kind of agreement with the Council that we can go to 30 million per case. But we would like to establish that as a given instrument, that we can go big if it's important, that we not stick to certain limits. I'm well aware about the budget situation, but I think that going up to 50 million, if there is a very plausible case together with other investment, that's needed. We have to risk. And I really appeal yet again to the Commission and also to the services. It's very unusual that a parliament is saying as the budget control instrument, but take risk. We have to take risk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know we are short of time, but I do need to hear Commissioner Gabriel. Take risks? Is that what we have to do? More budget? Is there something else what we need to do more to address the bottlenecks?
Well, first of all, I fully agree with what Christian Eller said. And from my side, maybe I want to say we need to change the pace. We need to change the mindset, because definitely today new technologies are really accelerating with a different pace, and that we see disruptive technology appearing everywhere. That's why I think that it's up to us really now to have more rapid coordination, more concrete solutions, and that's why I very much count on EIC Forum and EIC and all other instruments. The second thing, I think that it's really important to transform the pan-European innovation ecosystem in an attractive destination. We need talents. We need to attract all the brightest minds, and that's something that we can address much more strongly. The third thing, of course, I fully agree. We need here a much more coherent framework, because what we can see that we have already good instruments at our disposal. We have good practices. Now we have new tools that will leverage our ambitions, but we need really something really coherent in order to address the main issues. So from my side, that's my message. I think that here Europe can do a lot, at least together with all our team. And thank you very much, Anna, for your active contribution to this too. We'll really try to have this, to preserve this coherent framework, but at the same time, yes, what we need finally maybe to change a little bit. It's not only to stay focused on regulation, but to see much more how we can facilitate and how we can create an innovation-friendly environment. So I think that it's a strong message for all our stakeholders, and I count on you to help us to achieve this.
Thank you very much. And now, last but not least, Manuel Heitor sends a video message that I invite now all of you to hear him. So please.
Good morning to everyone, and above all to our Commissioner Maria Gabriel for making it happen this forum, which is very critical and above all very timely. The European research area, and together with innovation, Europe at large, will require in the years to come the strengthening of our funding for research and innovation. The policy guidance, in my view, are too soft. We need to be very pragmatic and very clear. When we look at the last 20 years, the overall investment in research and innovation in Europe has been quasi-stagnant at about 2% of the European GDP. Certainly, we notable exceptions, and we know where the overall investment increased, particularly in Germany, in Belgium, and also in medium and small countries like Portugal or Estonia. And we need to make sure that citizens at large understand that facing the challenges of the years to come will require investing more in research and innovation. The area of the Innovation Council is certainly critical in complement and in articulation with the need to strengthen the investment in research, which should get 3% of GDP in a 10 years time period. And it is a large collective effort. But if we look specifically to the innovation context, take for instance the case of Portugal. These days we have one of the highest concentration of unicorns, the so-called large companies which have a market valuation of 1 billion euros. We have 6 of them, while only Estonia is slightly above this concentration of unicorns. The question is that more than 70% of the funding for this unicorn comes from American investment, private investment, and American VCs. So we have been able to create the skills, the capacities, the entrepreneurs in Europe and in case in Portugal. But our entrepreneurs went to the United States to get the necessary funding for their own activities and to address markets with the necessary risk. We are different and we should be different from the way Americans have developed their own society. We believe in Europe, and the European way of doing things with a social context should be preserved, but at the same time, we need to guarantee that we provide the necessary funding incentives to accelerate the way our entrepreneurs take innovation and research in a serious way. And the European Innovation Council can be, and I hope will be, one of the instruments to accelerate the investment in innovation and to make sure that our entrepreneurs can get the necessary funding in Europe, within Europe, for make their business to grow and to really engage European citizens in more research and innovation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Minister Heitor. Indeed, we are in Europe, and we need to do things in a European way, and this is exactly what we are doing here today. This is exactly why we have EIC. This is exactly why we have established the forum under the leadership of Commissioner Gabriel. So many thanks to all of you. Many thanks, Commissioner Gabriel. Many thanks to the panelists. Many thanks to the EIC forum already starting to work. This is the kickoff day for a long journey. Looking forward to very exciting discussions in this context, and all the best to all of you for the rest of exciting EIC Summit still today. Many thanks.
Yes, hi everyone.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. Welcome to our awards. And this morning, it's a pleasure to welcome you to the 8th Women Innovators Prize. Now, it's the 8th edition, but in fact, we're also celebrating the 10th anniversary because that prize was launched 10 years ago in 2011. This year, and just to show you that the growing popularity of the prize, this year we had a record 264 applications from 35 countries. So that's extremely encouraging, particularly since last year we had just about 200, exactly 198 applications. So we keep growing. The finalists, many of whom are here with us today, and we're delighted to welcome them. The finalists have founded a variety of innovative companies. They work on advancing healthcare, green technologies, digital tech, and much more. So let's have a look at a little video showing the 2021 finalists. A very impressive list of projects and women. So to honor them and to announce our winners, it's my pleasure to welcome back on stage Commissioner Maria Gabriel. Good morning, Commissioner. Please.
Good morning. Dear friends, first of all, it is a great honor to be here today with you. Let me confess something to you. I look forward to today's award ceremony all year. I know I should not have favorites, but the European Prize for Women Innovators is especially close to my heart. In fact, this year is even more special because we celebrate its 10th anniversary. Indeed, in 10 years, we have rewarded almost 30 inspiring women innovators and shortlisted close to 100 women for the final. Therefore, I'm very proud that this prize has contributed to amplify their achievements, change the narrative about women in leadership, and encourage more girls to pursue a career in STEAM. Allow me to highlight that this year's edition of the Women Innovators Prize broke the record for the number of applications ever submitted. As such, our jury had a particularly tough job and were blown away by the caliber of women who applied. However, the 21 finalists stood out from the crowd of talent for pioneering game-changing innovations and helping to address global challenges. Among the many remarkable examples, I was particularly impressed by the work in tackling deadly diseases like cancer or diabetes, as well as for the use of new knowledge and tech to make our planet more sustainable. There is no doubt, all of you, winners and finalists of today's and past editions of the Women Innovators Prize, you are the proof that Europe needs the creativity and entrepreneurial potential of women. Without the leadership of talented women like you, Europe cannot and will not achieve the green and digital transitions of our planet, society, and economy. Let me add that there is one woman in particular whose absence is very much felt today. I would like to dedicate this year's edition to her memory. Dr. Shimrit Perkel-Finkel was a visionary entrepreneur at the forefront of positive environmental change. Shimrit won the Women Innovators Prize in 2019 for her groundbreaking work to restore and protect the world's marine ecosystem. Like many of our finalists today, Shimrit was defying the norm of being a leader within a male-dominated industry. She will be missed. Now, before we announce the winners of this year's European Prize for Women Innovators, allow me just to congratulate this year's finalists. You are the hope that will help change the face of innovation, paving the way for more women entrepreneurs and proving that a fairer and more inclusive future is within sight. Indeed, I count on you, smart and strong women, to unite forces to unlock the full potential of women for leading us towards a green, digital and healthy Europe. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner. So we have now the pleasure of looking into the work of the jury, because it is an extremely difficult task, as you can imagine. And we have a jury of 10 independent members. They are entrepreneurs, innovators, investors, community builders, and all of them come from the EU and beyond. So in order to represent the jury and explain the difficulty of the task, we have the pleasure of inviting on stage 3 of our jury members who are here with us today. And I would like to invite Anna Barjasic, who is an international expert in entrepreneurship, CEO of Connectology, and Anna was appointed last week as a new board member of EIC. Kave Bulambo. Kave is an expert in talent acquisition and diversity. She's an advocate of inclusion in tech industry, and she's the founder of platforms like My Career Paths and Talent Diverse, but also of communities like Black in Tech in Berlin and Women and Work Connect. Good morning, Kave. And finally, last but definitely not least, Ron Margalit. Ron is a founding partner of Venture Kinetics, an impact venture capital, and an entrepreneur working at the crossroad between innovation, blended capital, and impact. Good morning to all 3 of you, and welcome. So, yeah, we did say that it was a very difficult task, and I think that for all 3 of you, it was your first time as a jury member on this particular prize. So, what was it like? How difficult was it? What were your impressions when you were running through all these entries? Maybe Anna?
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Well, if I had to summarize the evaluation process in one word, that would be wow. We were so impressed as a jury with the quality and the number of the submissions that we received. And for this reason, it was really tough to select the finalists. However, we were also privileged to be exposed and to find out more about the obstacles and the challenges all these women had to face on their way to success. And it was very inspiring for us. So, well, I would just like to congratulate to all of the women applicants because they had this one thing in common, that was resilience. And I would like to especially congratulate to our finalists because Europe is proud of you. Thank you for your resilience.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you. Now, indeed, I understand that the choice was so difficult that the jury decided to go for a very special mention to some of the finalists who may not have won, but definitely stood out from the group. And that must have been even harder, considering the quality you've been referring to. So, Ron, maybe, would you like to call the first special mention?
Absolutely, thank you. And I'll read because I want to quote also some of the comments the jury made. And I know this may be a little bittersweet moment for our special mention because obviously we cannot award everyone even though we really wanted. So I have the pleasure of presenting the next entrepreneur who will receive a special mention in the and certificate in the Women Innovator Rising Award. This is an exceptional, impressive, promising young founder who, according to the jury, is building a breakthrough innovative company with the potential of impacting the EU economy from productivity, health, environment perspective. She was successful in commanding a strong leadership position in her field and demonstrated a great potential to inspire others within her company and beyond. I'd like to invite to the stage Olivia Ng to receive a special mention in the Rising Women Innovator Award.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you? Like, how are you feeling? I mean, you may not have won, but it's a very special mention, so...
Good. Thank you so much for taking the time to review our application, and really happy to be here today. Started Nucruit 2.5 years ago to really change the efficiency and diversity of clinical development, and I'm really happy to be here today.
Thank you, Olivia. Congratulations. Okay, I think the noise has calmed down. Kaveh, I'll turn to you for the second special mention of this morning.
Definitely. It's my pleasure and honor to introduce the special mention certificate to a founder whose work is contributing in shaping the next generation of technologists in Europe. And using coding and artificial intelligence, this founder and her team are empowering children with the skills of the future. Future skills that we know for sure will meet the jobs of the future, which we don't know yet. But this founder is taking the initiative to empower our children. And these skills are going to be critical in making sure Europe stays at the edge of innovation. Her products have reached more than 5,000 children across the world and have impacted over 2,000 teachers. They've also been sold around 33 countries. She's not only in business, but she's also in business for good, whereby for every product sold, a kid in a disadvantaged country is awarded the same product. She has been named Fortune 40 under 40 in her country, and her company has just been listed by Holland IQ as one of the top 100 edtech startups over time. So if you can guess already, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in presenting this certificate of recognition to Ms. Asude Altintaskure from Turkey. Congratulations, Asude.
I understand Asude is joining us online. Asude, are you there? Are you connected?
Yes.
Yes, hello.
Can
Good morning.
Good morning.
Congratulations, Asude.
Thank you. Can I say a few words?
Of course.
Actually, it's an honor to be here today and to receive this special mention. Actually, I volunteered in YGA and I met my mentor there. So I learned that humans need two wings to fly. One is to be selfless, to go beyond your own selfish problems and feel human problems at heart. And the other one is to apply the highest scientific technology to solve these problems. And we are now inspiring thousands of children with this vision. And I think this is the education model of the future. So thank you for rewarding this vision.
Thank you, Asude, and congratulations. So thank you to our jury members, and I can invite you to go back to your seats so that you can now discover who the next winners are.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So yes, the time has come for the awards per se, and we will start with the Rising Innovator Award. And the Rising Innovator is actually an award that rewards exceptionally talented young women. And these young women work on things that actually have the potential to change the world. Now, this may sound like big words, but we've already heard from our special mentions that that is one of the things that these women can do. These women have already achieved a lot at a very young age, because in order to be a contender in that prize, you have to be under 30. And there are definitely some of the women that we're going to need to keep an eye on in the next 10 years. The award is a 50,000 euros prize. And as I said, the winner has to be under 30. So this year, we have 4 young women who are competing. And one of the applications is a joint application from 2 sisters and co-founders. So, Commissioner, we will now have a very short video, and we can invite the winners and discover them. So, Commissioner, everybody's eagerly waiting.
Well, thank you very much, Florence, for the introduction of this important category. Well, now I'm very proud to announce that this year's Rising Innovator Prize goes to Alva and Isabel Keane. These 2 sisters from Ireland. Allow me just to tell you a little bit. You will learn much more from them. But these 2 sisters from Ireland are the founders of an award-winning company, Easy Wheels, which creates fashionable wheel covers from wheelchairs. Alva and Izzy have turned their own personal story of disability into a company that is changing the way we see it, with a positive impact on so many others. So, in fact, by awarding this project, the jury also wanted to highlight that we should not think of innovation only in terms of technological innovation. On the contrary, the jury wanted to celebrate the innovators who are at the crossroads between innovation and art, infusing their innovation with humanity and beauty. So congratulations to you, Alva and Izzy.
Oh my God, thank you so much. I don't even know what to say. Like Izzy Wheels started off as a passion project between me and Izzy. I wanted to create something that made Izzy feel more confident in her wheelchair and that expressed her personality. It started off as a college project, and it has just been such an honor to see it grow and to be able to work with all amazing artists and just challenge how people perceive wheelchairs and celebrate them, because they're an amazing device. Thank you so much. This is such an honor. Thank you.
We have a short video actually showing your work.
Self-expression is a human right, and if you're a wheelchair user, your wheelchair becomes the first thing that people notice about you. But it's not a reflection of you or your personality. So Izzy Wheels are a range of customizable, interchangeable wheel covers for your wheelchair. And our motto is, if you can't stand up, stand out. So but everything to do with wheelchairs pretty much at the moment is created by hospitals. So it's seen as a medical device. And for a wheelchair user, they don't really see their wheelchair as a medical device. It's their piece of freedom. It's how they get around. It's their enabler. So for us, we wanted to show people that your wheelchair shouldn't have to be something negative. It's actually something really positive.
Congratulations again. Well done. Here's your award. Here's your actual trophy. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well done.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So we're going to slowly move to our second award. And for that, we're going to look at Women Innovators. Now, Women Innovators Award celebrates some of the most talented women entrepreneurs, some of the most inspiring ones throughout Europe, but also beyond sometimes. And most of them are celebrated for their groundbreaking innovations. And this year, we have 17 finalists. Very inspiring women who are competing for 3 prizes, each of 100,000 euros. So that can definitely make a difference to their business. Commissioner, we have 17 very eager ladies waiting.
Well, now it's time for me to announce the first Women Innovator Prize. In no particular order, Meryl Boers. Meryl is an inspiring innovator from the Netherlands who has made an impressive transition from researcher to CEO of a high-growth scale-up. In particular, she developed a platform that uses AI and cloud-based technology to help hospitals make faster and more accurate stroke diagnosis. In fact, just 12 months after Morel launched the product in 2019, she had already sold her technology, you will confirm or not that, to 20% of all hospitals in the Netherlands. Dear Meryl, we are very impressed by your work and proud of the diversity and culture that you have ensured in your company. Congratulations, you are without a doubt a strong role model for girls and women everywhere. Thank you. Congratulations.
Wow, thank you. Oh, that's terrific. I'm still a little bit shocked. It's really such an honor. And I think when I tuned in earlier this week and I saw the other finalists, I was so impressed and therefore really didn't expect to win this prize. Everyone has such a great story to tell. And I think this is really a great opportunity for me, and I will use this prize also to make everyone here today proud. Make sure it's not only about creating the opportunity for women, but really about showing and changing the picture that we have of leaders, good leaders, successful leaders. And I will try my best to change that image. And thanks everyone for this wonderful opportunity. Very thankful and grateful.
Thank you, Meryl. And in order to understand more about what you do and how you do it, we have a short video showing your work.
You always think you do some research, you put it on the shelf and you move on, and now actually having it live in patient care, that's just amazing. And we already know from studies that we have conducted that already by using StroFure we'll save 16% of all patients from a heavily disabled life. So the impact is real. Nicolab originated from a medical university, so we are really close with the medical specialists and actually know what's going on in the field. So I come from the medical research field. It's really in our core and in our blood of the company. You can feel it. If you can take this scientific research and actually build a product around it, that's how the entire field moves forward. We at Nicolab really believe we have the potential to revolutionize stroke care all around the world, for sure. So this is actually a true game changer in the field.
Congratulations again, Meryl. Well done. Commissioner, who is the second winner of our Women Innovators Prize?
The next Women Innovator Prize goes to Mathilde Jacobsen. Matilde is a passionate entrepreneur on a mission to disrupt the food industry with a new sustainable model. Her Copenhagen-based company called Freshland is using blockchain and AI to shorten the food supply chain by connecting farmers directly to buyers, removing the need for a middleman, eliminating food waste, and ensuring farmers receive fair remuneration. Congratulations, Matilda.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your acknowledgement of all of us here today. I mean, giving us this as a platform to showcase our innovations, I think that is so important. And I also want to say that I'm just the face of 45 passionate individuals that are working from my office in Copenhagen. And it's thanks to them that we have come this far. And I also want to thank our customers, the real change agents that are, with their choices, making a difference to our everyday life. We are just the enabler in Freshland, but the real change agents are what all of us do when we make decisions about what we buy and what economy we want to support. And I just want to tell a small story, very briefly. Our first farmer, we have a digital platform where we connect farmers and consumers, and our first farmer, Arthur, I once asked him, what makes your oranges special? What makes them so tasty? Is it the soil? Is it the sun? Is it the water? Or what is it that goes into them? And what he answered was that, actually, I don't nurture my oranges. They need to struggle. I leave them to dry. I leave them without nutrient. I leave them with cold, because this is actually what creates the flavor. And it's a little bit the same with founders. I mean, you have to go through tremendous struggle, and that's what makes you a success. That's what makes you learn and do better. So receive the struggles and take all the best you can take from them to become better and continue to develop yourself. And remember, resilience is the most important thing in being a founder, because you can never quit.
Thank you very much, Matilda. Let's look at your work.
Han har været på, og det er typisk også, hvor mange mellemmænd, der har været involveret. Hvis vi spiser danske råvarer, når de er i sæson, så er det generelt bare en kortere rejse fra jord til bord, og der er færre mellemmænd. Så det vil sige, at råvarerne er friske, og de har ikke ligget på lager i flere måneder. Regionalt, det vil sige, når den danske sæson går på held, så er der en masse sæsoner, der starter blandt andet i Portugal og i Spanien. Det kan være mangosæsonen, det kan være appelsinsæsonen. Og på den måde så bidrager det til, at vi kan få friske råvarer, også når vi ikke selv kan producere i Danmark som landbrugsland. Men det er langt bedre at købe en andalusisk mango, end at få en mango fra Costa Rica fløjet ind, eller gennem et containerskib, hvor den har været under transport og køl og modning i mange måneder. Så på den måde kan man sige, hvis man gerne vil reducere CO2-ledningen, så skal man gå efter de råvarer, som har været kortest mulig tid undervejs, og som ikke har været opbevaret på kølelager eller i modningskammer, men rent faktisk kommer moden fra træet.
Congratulations, Matilda. Congratulations. Well done. Either side, as you wish. Now, Commissioner, the time has come for our third award of Women Innovators.
Thank you. And now the third Women Innovator selected by the jury is Daphne Langford.
Daphne is here with us. Hello, Daphne.
Daphne is a serial entrepreneur with a PhD in biophysics. She has been an incubator and investor in the life sciences ecosystem from a young age, has served as a board member in 10 companies that have brought products to market, and has worked in several pharma companies. Currently, Daphne's company, Tarsier Pharma, is addressing one of the leading causes of blindness worldwide and the primary cause of blindness in working adults. In addition, Daphne still finds time to teach academic courses as well as to mentor young women and even to co-found a non-for-profit organization. Congratulations! your drive and passion are an inspiration for girls and young women across the world. And I should add that the prize is still subject to the formal signature of the association agreement with Israel. Now I'm taking my official role as commissioner, not only as moderator and taking part in this ceremony, but this is planned in only a few weeks, so everything will be fine. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Just being here today, it's enough probably for me, and I'm very excited. I wrote something, and I will read it with your permission. So thank you so much. In the past 20 years of my career, while traveling around the globe to international business conferences or meeting with investors, most of the time it was me and men in black suits. In the past few years, a lot has changed, and now, while I'm traveling to those business conferences, there are also men in blue suits or brown suits or sometimes even gray suits. But being here today and learning about my fellow finalists, inspiring, knowledgeable and motivated and of course resilient women, I'm optimistic about the future. I believe that it is our responsibility as female leaders to make sure many more females will follow us, and we should pave the way, mentor and open doors to the next generation. Thank you for this initiative that acknowledges the path of women, innovators and leaders. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Daphne.
Congratulations, Daphne. And we're going to see a short video presenting your work while you receive your award.
My name is Daphne, and I'm the CEO and founder of the company. We are very excited to present to you our main mission, which is to bring a better and safer treatment for patients with ocular blinding inflammatory diseases. And we are extremely passionate about our mission here.
Congratulations, Daphne, and I invite you to stay actually with us on stage, because I'm now going to invite all of our finalists on stage here with us to have a family photograph, but also to listen to the few words from the Commissioner. I know that there are quite a few of you online as well, but here today in the room with us for the Rising Innovators category, the finalists we have with us are Emma Everard, Livia Ing, and of course Alva and Izzy Keen are winners. So would you like to join us on stage, please? For the Women Innovators category, we have here in the room with us Danae Delbecq, Elena Garcia Armada, Karen Leshem, Monica Haider, Sophie Quidenius Valfos, and Veronica Orvalho. And of course, Daphne, who was already with us, and Mathilde. I don't know if Meryl is still online, but also online with us we have Anita Finnegan, Asude Adintas, Chiara Clancy, Florence Gschwend, Lisa O'Donoghue, Patricia Scanlon, Rocío Arroyo, Suzanne Maloney, and as I said, Meryl. Hello to all of you there online. Commissioner, would you like maybe to make a few final points?
Well, just very, very briefly, I would like to say thank you, because you are role models for all of us. Congratulations again to all, not only our winners, but our finalists and all those that participated, because you should be very, very proud of what you already have achieved, and because you are really giving us hope. Hope that when we talk about women leadership, that's just not a vision, that's already a reality, because you are doing that on the ground. So you are an inspiration for us. You are helping us to close the gender gap, overturning stereotypes and encouraging women and girls to fulfill their potential. Thank you for making us dream, Thank you for giving us hope, and please continue to inspire all our girls in Europe and in every single country in the world, because we need your talent, your ideas, your project, your companies, because at the core of all this, what we have is values, is heart, with humanity, and thank you so much. Thank you for what you are doing, and I wish you a lot of success. Thanks a lot.
So thank you and congratulations to all of you, and please stay here because we're going to have a few photographs. But indeed, as the Commissioner said, this is all extremely inspiring, and we really would like to call on even more of you, and more of you who are listening to us either here in the room or online, to apply for next year's prize. So if you want to stay tuned, follow what's happening on the EIC website or on our newsletter, and make sure you spread the word. We need more of these inspiring women. Just wait for the photographer.
Okay.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
at Innovation Procurement Awards. Now, indeed, there's not enough attention generally paid to the fact that both in public and private procurement, we can stimulate the demand for innovation. And these procurement processes can be a very important source of inspiration to develop more efficient, more innovative approaches and services, and at the same time transform research into innovation solutions, which is really what we want. We want that transition from research into concrete innovations. So the Innovation Procurement Awards recognizes just that. It recognizes the fact that buyers really strive to promote innovation procurements and solution. The award also aims to encourage a very close cooperation between buyers on the one hand and suppliers on the other, so that together they can bring these innovative solutions to the market. The Innovation Procurement Awards features 3 categories. The first one is innovation procurement, and that's really looking at long-term action plans. The second category is facing societal challenges, and the awards for that, sorry, I'm losing my earpiece. And the Facing Societal Challenges Award really looks at specific innovative procurement practices, particularly in view of the COVID pandemic. The third one is the Procurement Leadership Award, and it rewards outstanding individuals for their efforts to empower their team to succeed. So let us watch a video introducing the finalists of this year. To welcome and honor our winners and our finalists today, I'm delighted to welcome with us Ms. Maeve Rute, who's the Deputy Director General of the Directorate General Internal Market, Industry, Entrepreneurship and SMEs at the European Commission. Good morning, Maeve, and welcome. So I would like to invite the first 2 finalists for the Innovation and Procurement Strategy Award. We have with us today Wojciech Raciecki, who is the Director of the Department for the Development of Innovative Program Management Methods. Good morning. And José María Romero Fidalgo, who's the Director of Health Innovation Area at the Galician Health Knowledge Agency. Good morning to both of you. Maeve, over to you.
Thank you, Florence, and good morning to everyone. Well, let me perhaps say a few words about why we are here. And it's really a pleasure to be part of the award ceremony today. It's one of the occasions where we have the opportunity to celebrate not only entrepreneurship, that is, of course, very much the reason of all of us being here, but also very much the public sector doing their part. So we are here for the first edition of the European Innovation Procurement Awards, one of the EIC flagship initiatives to promote the use of innovation procurement. Public and private buyers presented already powerful novel solutions in many sectors, such as health, mobility, security, just to name few. Public procurement accounts in Europe for as much as 14% of the EU's GDP. And if, as we all know, now with all this recovery and resilience, extra funds coming, it's really a very major tool that we have to shape the economy and to put innovation in the economy. So as such, we really see that public procurement has an important effect to get us out of these pandemic times and into recovery. And it certainly holds a very appealing opportunities for many European businesses. To drive the change, the EU leads the transition of procurement from a rather, I would say, kind of a legalistic approach, where we always look whether all the commas are in the right place, to more a vehicle that delivers on innovation needed for green and digital transition. And today, I think we are going to see some of these examples as well. And another element I wanted to say is that we tend to believe that innovation comes from entrepreneurs. But we should maybe think twice, because we see that, in fact, the role of government procurement in many groundbreaking innovations is well documented. The internet, as we know, Apple's early days, defense and NASA involvement in the development of semiconductors, for example. And not to forget the COVID vaccines development. Well, we are still with masks today, but hopefully the efforts done also in the cure and the new vaccines is going to help us out of these times. So the vision of these people who have been there for these public procurements have really helped change the world. And these examples tell us something about the potential of innovation procurement in the economy. Well, the private sector is well aware of the role of the public buyers to create value and prepare for the future. And as a European Commission, we support public buyers in really multiple ways. We have guidance for financing, we provide funding for innovation ecosystems, we provide electronic platforms for exchange and inspiration. And so these are tools to really make the public procurement even more efficient and even more targeted to really provide innovation in the economy. So these are also tools to help each buyer to go through the procurements and not only look at price, but look very much at the innovation capacity as well. So we want the public buyers to be bold, to be creative, and to be part of the fundamental change we need to succeed in the green and digital transition. And we do that, of course, together with the EIC. So the awards given today are an important part of our commitment to innovation procurement. But let's now come to the award itself. And before we pass to reveal the names of the winners and the runners-up, I would actually like to already congratulate all of those present. So even if you don't finally get the award, I think you have already delivered really a lot to the success of the public sector funding. So you all are role models to follow. And now back to you, Florence.
Well, I think we would like maybe to hear from both finalists what took them, how their path took them to this application and to hopefully the winning award. So maybe we start with you, Jose?
Thank you very much. Well, I would like to present our application for these awards. If now I'm sick here in Brussels, well, and if I need to go to a hospital, a Belgian hospital, thanks to my mobile phone, thanks to Serga's mobile app, I can have all my medical records, so it could be useful for the medical that could be here. Also, at the entrance, I needed the COVID-19 certificate, and thanks also to this app, I could also go into the EIC summit. These are two good examples of how public procurement of innovation improved the quality of life of our citizens there in Galicia. The commitment of the Galician Health Service started in 2012 with two big main projects, that is Hospital 2050 and Innova Saúde. Then we had Código 100, Code 100, and we have mobilized more than 100 million euros in public procurement of innovation projects to improve the quality of life of our citizens. And that was our application. It was an application on how public procurement of innovation could improve the quality of life of our population. That it's important to mention that we have more than 22% of elderly people there in Galicia. And that's a very brief summary of our application of Sargas, of the Galician Health Service. Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you, Jose. Thank you. Wojciech, we'd also like to hear from you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for invitation. Thank you for dissemination. And I would like to say that our group of people, our activities, and our methodology of making the projects, I can say that are from the situation where our civilization is right now. Our civilization burns 50 billion tons of oil every day. We emit 50 billion tons of CO2 every year. We made 2 billion tons of waste every year. I heard lately that, I don't know you know that, but for example, Greenland loses every second 10,000 cubic square meters every second. During the last 50 years, we lost 70% of animal population all over the planet. So this is the situation where we are, and we try to make methodology to face all these numbers. And we know that change is needed. We know that we have to change energy. We have to change the old products, probably, what is in this room. But we need the tools. We need to, we believe very much that public institutions should play active roles in process of change. We know that we need change, but the public institutions should have very active role. And our methodology, what we invented, what we are using right now, based on the pool innovation, so we force the market, because we don't believe that market can make the change themselves, or they make too slow. So we are using the pool innovation as a tool, and we see on our market in Poland that change is possible. Then when public institutions force the market, set the goals, set the challenge for the market, the change is possible. So we are very open to cooperate with everybody. We are very open to share our experience, to show our methodology and make a project together. The only problem is that the 10 next year is very important. It depends what will happen with civilization for the next 10 years. So we don't have a lot of time. So yeah, so we are very open to cooperate together. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Wojciech. Maivy, now's the time.
Thank you. Let me maybe first say really that we have excellent two finalists here from Poland with such a great drive also to tackle the green transition challenges, and from Galicia, Spain, really tackling our current health challenges, and in a very collaborative and cooperative way. So thank you both for being here. And now I have the big moment of seeing who is here in the envelope.
Drum rolls.
Well, well, well. So the first innovation procurement strategy category award goes to Servicio Gallego de Salud. So nowadays we can't shake hands, but we can do like this, you know.
Congratulations.
Really, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
We have a video actually showing your work.
Should we take at least a photo of that? Yeah.
Congratulations.
And now properly handing over the award to you.
Thank you very much. Well,
do you want to say a few words? Maybe we can take the award back from you.
That's dangerous.
We'll give it back. We'll give it back.
Okay. So, well, first of all, I would like to congratulate also to the second winner of this strategy, the Polish colleague Wojtek. Congratulations. And of course, sure. And of course, well, first of all, also to thank the organization team, also the European Innovation Council for these first awards on innovation procurement. And I would like to talk also on behalf of the 36,000 of healthcare professionals of the Galician Health Service, that of course we are very proud of them. If without them, it will be completely impossible to have this award. And also all the departments that they are involved in public procurement of innovation, legal services, also procurement services, also, of course, the health professionals, because without them, it will be not possible to have to identify the needs. And in general, and also, I guess, also on behalf of the Galician Health Ministry, Julio García Comesaña, thank you very much for the European Innovation Council, and also thank you very much for this first award in procurement of innovation. Thank you very much.
Very well done.
Congratulations to you both. And don't forget your award now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're now going to look at the second category, the facing societal challenges. And for that category, I'm also going to invite our two finalists on stage, because we're lucky enough that all the finalists are here for this particular award. So I'd like to welcome Marcus Guardian. Marcus is the General Manager of the International Horizon Scanning Initiative. And Geert Toemers. Geert is the Sector Director in Innovation at the Waterschapbedrijf in Limburg. And I'm sorry, my Dutch isn't great, but good morning to both of you. Maeve, would you like maybe to welcome our guests?
Yes, indeed. Again, excellent two projects in the final stage here. So let me also call you very much welcome here. I understand that from the Netherlands, this is one of the 21 Dutch regional water management authorities, and it has, or you have, really transformed in a very remarkable way the way we handle the 17 wastewater treatment plants and these huge pumping stations. So this is something where you can show also example to others in the many ways. And within a full-blown procurement project approaching tackling innovation and circularity, they are implementing machine learning applications, so machine learning applications on a big data platform to monitor the performance of these huge pumping stations and to detect abnormal behavior at an early stage, so anticipating any problems. It has the potential of providing a paradigm for other organizations in the critical area of water waste management and sewage treatment. So here we are with Geert Toemers from the water management in the Netherlands. Should we give an opportunity to say a few things?
Exactly.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm very proud to be here on this special ceremony and this prestigious award. So thank you for giving us this opportunity. WBL, het Waterschapsbedrijf Limburg, in Dutch. Our procurement development we made is a good example of digital and green procurement, adding value to the water system, and also being able to have a value in the circular economy and being able to take a different sentence of that, especially in the cybersecurity area. There are a lot of challenges there, and we also are able to manage those as well. And it's not only applicable in wastewater treatment in Europe, it's applicable in actually several other public regions and sectors. So using the systems we developed and the circular way of working, it's applicable, it's to be copied in other projects. And we started our project before the COVID crisis started. And we learned that knowing about the water system and the measurements in the water system, using artificial intelligence tools, etc., you can get data and information to locate and to make it accessible where the COVID is spread over the population. And that helped other parties to be able to take measurements and to make health measurements to improve the situation over there. So there's a combination of wastewater information and the spread of COVID which came together over there. And there are a lot of other possibilities there as well. So we are looking towards a bright future with a lot of possibilities. And we're very proud of having this. Thank you.
Thank you, Geert. Marcus, would you like to present your project?
Oh, with pleasure. Thank you so much for having me here today. EIC is an intergovernmental but also cross-border initiative that brings together buyers from several European countries. And for us, it was a challenge to create a tool or a methodology that allows cross-border joint procurement. And for that reason, we sought the help of experts that guided us through a process that at the beginning I've never heard of. EFIP was just another acronym for me, and I didn't realize it would change my life for a long time and have big influence. But it showed us that innovation in procurement really helps now our governments, our healthcare systems to prepare at so much better speed with much significantly improved data sets, and this is our core business, to provide healthcare systems with crucial data that, just as the previous speaker, focuses also not only on what is coming in general, but also preparedness for future pandemics and other relevant healthcare threats. So we're excited to be here, and we're looking forward to wherever we can help others going in the same direction.
Thank you.
And maybe again from my side, just to say that, yes, from my side, for this particular set of the finalists, I'm very, very happy that we hear a very interesting combination of expertise. So from the wastewater management, we know that the capacity to also draw health-relevant data is something that we now very much rely on. Frankly, even myself, weekly getting information on how the pandemic situation is evolving, very much based on this. And the environmental impact, of course, is very, very important. And what you describe using also, again, big data analytics and going across borders is something that we would like to see more appearing in Europe. So very glad to have the two of you. And now we look in the envelope.
Now's the big moment. Facing societal challenges. Who's the winner?
So facing societal challenges category in the public procurement innovation. And the award goes to Waterschapsbedrijf Limburg.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We actually have a little video showing your work, and we'll give you the floor again afterwards. Congratulations, Geert.
So we cannot shake hands, but nevertheless, really, congratulations. Very interesting job, and all the best to continue and to inspire others. So here is your award, and we'll do a bit of a, handshaking.
Thank you.
And perhaps a photo would be also something
I'm going to try that.
Maybe if you can,
that's fine.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you all, and with all I mean thank the European Commission, and especially for the UFIP initiative, which helped us very much in achieving this. And I want to thank all the colleagues involved of getting a big job done, because it was quite a challenge for us all, and we managed. And we are here, and thanks to all the other competitors, because being here it's a proof of a good persuasion, of a good position you have. This, congratulations to you as well. And I want to thank everyone who contributed to this goal. And I hope that lots of commercial parties and governmental parties will know to find us and learn and copy and make sure that it takes a high flight. Thank you very much.
Well done. Thank you both. Thank you very much. We do have very fair play candidates, don't we? I mean, they all, you know, they all recognize each other's work, which is extremely encouraging.
Indeed. And I would also very much like to still underscore that all these finalists are inspiring for others. That's really great work.
Absolutely. So we'll now look into our third category for the Innovation Procurement Awards, and that is procurement leadership. So I'm inviting again, yes, our two finalists on stage. You were faster than I was. So I'm happy to welcome Stefano Moni, who is a member of the National Police Senior Technical Executive Team, and Mateusz Stancic, who's the team leader for the second project of our finalists. So Maeva, maybe you want to have a word with our guests.
Yes, perhaps I will try to introduce a bit, and certainly you can say much better the real content of these projects that we have seen. We understand that your team, in fact, is composed of Francesco Talone, of course, but also Stefano Moni and Giuseppe Restivo. That's you're representing, they are here. So good to see all of you. And that you are three police officers from the data protection office in the Italian Criminal Police Central. And with this award, we want to reward your personal efforts on carrying out an innovative procurement strategy to design and implement the Cybersecurity Operations Center of the Italian Criminal Police. This center is an innovative and technologically advanced solution conceived to monitor and contrast cyber threats faced by the information systems managed by the Italian Criminal Police, and it also helps with the interconnected law enforcement agencies. So, here you are, and perhaps you may want to say a bit more what you actually have been doing.
Thank you. Hello? Hello?
Thank you. We have maybe...
Hello?
Yes, the mic.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to the European Innovation Council. I'm so excited and happy to be here because our project is fully European. It's European from A to Z, and for at least 4 major reasons. The first one is because the project was set up in order to enforce the 680 directive on data protection for law enforcement processing of data. The second reason is because the main Italian national databases are protected by this center, and one of them is the National Schengen Information System, which is quite critical for all European citizens. The third one is because the procurement strategy is absolutely innovative and made possible for 3,000 business operators registered on the fully digital platform to potentially participate in the tender. And as a matter of fact, 3 of the 5 lots of the big tender were awarded to small and medium enterprises. And last but not least, another reason because this project is fully European is because part of the money came from the ISF fund. So it's a project co-funded by the European Union. So I'm so happy to be here because this project deals about fundamental rights. We are talking about data protection and talking about privacy, which are fundamental rights, and they are so important for our community. So the innovation of this project is not just in the procurement, but in the idea itself of joining together cybersecurity and data protection, where law enforcement specialists work side by side to protect our information, our asset of information. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefano. Mateusz, what did your team work on and how did your team get here?
Thank you very much. I would like to use this occasion to speak about important problems which are involving our project. So what drives the researchers and entrepreneurs in their ambition for innovation? It's profit, it's recognition, and the third thing is the pro bono approach towards solving local or global problems. Does it counterweight the problems and the risk of innovation process? Yes, it does. But what is the problem with the public procurers? What is driving them? It's the responsibility for the society and for public funds. Does it counterweight the problems of the innovation process? Not at all. Because with regard to the public procurers, the general regulations and the public controlling authorities do not recognize failure as acceptable in the public sector. And without acceptance and tolerance for failure, we have no innovation. The legal model which was created... Thank you. The legal model which was created by us for the National Center of Research and Development has supported them in implementing their strategy in a scalable and standard way. So they were able to launch 9 procurements within only 8 months. We have mitigated the most of the legal risks connected with the public procurement, but still there's much more to come. Even though our model is a good practice shown by the Polish Public Office for Public Procurement, it's still not sufficient. I believe that we have to make a strong call towards the policymakers that we should make a legal safe haven for public procurers to fail and to not only use their courage, but also to only use their professional approach towards the procurement. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mateusz.
Thank you, Mateusz, for these very, very encouraging words. And as I said also in my little introductory speech, really the opportunities are immense in public procurement, and we have to help the public procurers to also have the courage to go for innovation and to bring together these various strands of knowledge as we have just heard from you. And I understand in your team we had also another important partner, so Monika Adamczak is also very much behind your
yes, we're greeting
success.
Monika from this point.
So,
thank you. So, 2 very good examples of leadership. I'm sure the jury didn't have an easy task on this one.
Indeed. So, the leadership. And let me say that out of these 3, I feel that this leadership category is one which all of us should really take as a great example, because a personal, commitment to innovation, to fundamental rights, to making sure things happen is so important. And many people can take leadership role, if they wish, in their everyday jobs and lives. And here now comes the procurement leadership goes to Francesco Talona, Stefano Moni, and Giuseppe Restivo.
Wow. Chill. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't know what to say because
Speechless.
You think about what to say just in case, but now I'm here and I don't know what to say. Well, it's I guess it's time to thank, first of all, the European Innovation Council, the jury that they have been able to fully understand all the idea, the creativity, the work that has been undertaken in 3 years. And allow me to thank the Italian National Police who accepted this challenge 3 years ago. And of course, all my colleagues that work with me. And first of all, Francesco, the project manager, Giuseppe, the procurement manager, they are here with me, and they made possible to be here. So thank you.
Thank you, and while you recover and you're handed over the award, let's watch a little video.
Could your 2 colleagues actually run on stage for the picture opportunity? Then?
Yes, of course.
Why don't you run
let's
here?
Let's watch the video
while
you're coming on stage for the photograph.
Here comes the award, and the picture will be with all the 3 winners.
Award winners, and it is very rewarding to see such achievements, isn't it? I mean, you have pointed at them throughout the ceremony.
Absolutely. I'm so delighted. And, you know, in my daily work in the DG GROW, I'm responsible for public procurement policy. So here you are making it alive, you are actually innovating it. So it's really a great day to be here, and I would like to thank not only the 6 finalists, but really the 47 of you who have applied, and the many out there who have not applied, but who nevertheless, with their everyday efforts, make it much better. So thank you a lot, and let's keep innovating in public procurement.
Thank you all, and I hope that's indeed inspiration to encourage more of you, even more, to apply for next year's edition. In the meantime, that's it for now. We're back here at 12 for the next session. So see you in a few minutes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure to be here. We are going to speak today at the EIC Summit about corporate venture capital as a new investment trend in Europe. And I have the honor to be on the same panel today with three people who are going to introduce themselves now and talk about their companies, their corporate venture capital funds, and as well their startups, to let you know about their focus areas and about their strategies. So if I could start perhaps with Gert, could you, Gert, just say a few words about yourself and Shell?
Does this work? Does it work now? Okay, good. So my name is Geert van der Wouw. I'm the head of Shell Ventures, which is a corporate venture capital arm of Shell. We've been in corporate venture capital since 1996. We invest from 7 locations in the world, in the US, in Asia Pacific, and Europe. We have a portfolio of about 100 companies, and we just set up a new $1.4 billion fund to invest in climate tech, renewable energy, and mobility and transportation.
Perfect. Welcome, Gert. And Susanna.
Hi, everyone. My name is Susanna Chu, head of Amadeus Ventures. So I run the startup investment program for Amadeus IT Group. So we are a technology company in the travel and transportation industry, headquartered in Spain, but with also a big site in France and Germany. So with our investment program, our focus is to find and work with startups that are at the crossroad of travel and technology.
Perfect. Welcome, Susanna. And now over to the other side, the startup side, Carlos.
Hello, this is Carlos Rodríguez Villa, the managing director of the company Alga Energy. We are a Madrid-based company with subsidiaries in 11 countries, from the US to Mexico, Brazil, Australia, Japan. Throughout the development of the company, we've had different partners at the investment level. Some of them have been corporate venture firms like Repsol, Iberdrola in the past, and today we have also a Japanese company called Yokogawa and Caixa Capital Risk also as shareholders of the company. Our focus is to work with microalgae to produce sustainable products that can replace chemicals and increase yields, for example, in agriculture, but also in some other applications.
Brilliant. Welcome, Carlos. And just a few words about me. I'm here also on behalf of EIC Fund. An EIC Fund, where I'm an investment committee member, is a part of the European Innovation Council that invests in equity in startups and scale-ups. And companies like Carlos's are perfect startups that EIC Fund can invest in. But to do that, we need co-investors. We actually need them to lead investment projects, and this is why the relationship with the corporate venture capital sector is so important for EIC Fund, because what we do is we invest together. EIC Fund is a new entity. It was set up last year and has now reviewed and signed the vast majority of the first 160 projects, investment projects, equity investment projects, right across the European Union and associated countries. This year, we are continuing strongly with the equity investments. The investment tickets are between 500,000 euro and 15 million euro, but the round sizes can also be bigger, and we can just be one of the investors in those rounds. EIC Fund will not invest more than 50% of the round, so it's super important to have the lead investor from the market work together, and it is the market that sets the investment terms. So it's a pleasure to be here on this panel today and talk a little bit about how to work with corporates. We know that there are many benefits from having a corporate investor inside the company. And I thought maybe we could start with the startup view on how you have benefited from your corporate relationships, from your investors.
Sure. It's no secret to anyone that when corporates do an investment, they look normally for more than just a financial return. They look for, and you can now double check this, but they look for enabling technologies, driving technologies, synergies that can grow current or future business. No? And in our case, we have had two companies that were very much related to one of the verticals, which is energy. And that has benefited us from different points of view. One is very clearly the reputation side. No? When you have a corporate entering into a company, it's a stamp of validation of a technology. Normally the corporate knows much better than anybody else what are the market trends, where are the things going, what is interesting to be in, to take a strategic step into. No? So from a reputation side, this has been always very helpful. It opens a lot of doors. And then also from a strategic point of view, it creates synergies, and particularly now with Yokogawa, this Japanese company that specializes in industrial automation. We have not only them as shareholders, but also as scientific partners. No? We have a scientific committee that meets every month. We interact with 20 different people in Japan, in India, in the United States, and we look at a plan where we can exploit to the mutual benefit the synergies we have between the companies on a short term, on a longer term perspective. And already today we have integrated technologies from Yokogawa in our production facilities, and this has been really interesting. We consider it a competitive advantage compared to other companies that may be active in the same space.
Brilliant. And from the point of view of the corporate venture capital, how do you see you benefit with the relationship with the startups and those investments you have made? Could you talk a little bit about that, Suzanne?
Sure, I can go first. From a corporate perspective, like being an investment program, on the one hand, we are aligned on the financial incentive side to say like, we want the company to do well, and we support them in pursuing growth opportunities by providing with the funding. But on top of the funding, it is also about our network of customers, like our technology and the expertise that we can share. And overall, so what we would like the startup to be able to do is to work with us as a corporation to be able to bring new value propositions together with our solutions to our customers, to be able to like bring new technologies into the travel and transportation industry, or to just together create new value propositions together in a much faster way. So in a way, building an ecosystem of innovative partners around like some core capabilities that we have already provided and enabled airlines and hotels and travel agencies around the world.
And Gareth, how is it important for Shell? What do you see as the benefit from the corporate side to work with fast-moving startups?
Yeah, so, you know, if I make a 5x return on a $10 million investment, to be honest, nobody in Shell wakes up for that, right? It's just besides the comma. Where we really make money from working with startups is where we can get these startups to work with Shell businesses and scale their technologies to a size that matters in the energy industry. So, for example, we've used a digital twin technology to look at wind turbines in the North Sea and optimize the design of these turbines and reduce costs with 10-20%. That's where the real impact is. Now, that all sounds great, but it's actually really hard to get these startups work with large corporates. And so you really have to put a bespoke program in place to make that happen. And so in my team, we have a group of what I call implementation managers. And what these people do, they continuously try to broker connections between the portfolio companies we have invested in and the businesses in Shell. And even then, it's hard work, but it happens a lot. In fact, I think 95% of all the startups we have invested in do have a contract with Shell somewhere within the organization to jointly develop technology, a supply agreement, an offtake agreement. But it's a deliberate effort that you have to put in place in order to reap the real benefits from corporate venturing, which is the strategic value. But on the other side, you do have to create the financial returns, because otherwise a new CEO comes in town, he looks at your financial performance as a venture unit, and he'll cut you short at the knees, right? So you need to do both, but the value for us really is on the strategic side.
Actually, just continuing on what you said, that value for us seems clear. However, when you are working in a corporate and you meet a startup, what I found was that a lot of the time the startups don't really understand the level of involvement that is necessary, the various working groups, the various budgets and programs that need to be arranged and formatted and made available within a corporate to make this partnership work. And I find that this is many times underestimated. Could you talk a little bit about that so that the startups can also understand really the level of your engagement that is necessary to make it happen?
Let's do ladies first.
Sure. Totally agree. Everything that you have just mentioned. From the startup side, I'd say the effort that it is a two-party. It's a dance that has to be synchronized together. So on the one hand, being an owner of a startup program, we need to have the people and the processes in place to make sure that we systematically follow up with the portfolio companies that we have. At the same time, from a startup perspective, it's about a lot of persistence and patience sometimes. So we may need to go through 3-4 meetings in order to get to one recommendation on this is the use case, yes, that we all agree it's worth the time and effort for both parties to work on together. Because the sheer amount of people that we need to bring into the picture, so we have a legal process that says certain so the collaboration agreements is what kind of standards and quality control that we need to put in place is if we are talking about taking solutions from a startup to our customers and so on and so forth. So from that perspective, it's a lot of learning on both sides. So it's us learning from the startup in terms of how their technology work and how can we have a combined value proposition. And on the other side, from the startup to say so looking at from a corporate perspective, is how can we jointly have a proposition to our customers that is as the expectation of our customers is at that level.
Mm-hmm. Gert?
Yeah, I think it's really important that you help the startup connect at the right level in our organization. And that really goes to the business leadership rather than try and approach every asset manager individually. And I call it the race to be second. Technology implementation is often a race to be second. Everybody admires technology, everybody loves it. But once the first big investment needs to made happen, to implement the technology, everybody in the company and the organization is looking at each other. It's like, why don't you go first so I can look at your learnings and and then I'll go second, right? So it's a race to be second. And so to break through that, you actually need to connect these startups with the executive vice presidents and VPs of the business who can take those kind of multi-asset type decisions and cut through through the crap, basically. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And how was that experience with you, Carlos? Were you preparing before you brought on board a corporate venture, or was it more spontaneous and you were learning later on? How did this happen?
Well, for us, it was very easy in the sense that we were almost born with a corporate. So the first investment was actually done by Iberdrola.
Mm-hmm.
Before we even had a bigger team, we were 3 people. So we were born with the reportings, with all the structure that is necessary to liaise with a corporate. But you mentioned that sometimes it's underestimated by the startups or SMEs how much involvement it takes to collaborate with a large corporate. That's true. But I also think that the large corporates also, you mentioned it's a dance, not synchronized. The large corporates also need to make efforts to understand how they can integrate technologies, because people who are in the ventures, you are by definition open to the exterior, not looking, scouting for things. But once you invest into a company that has a strategic value, then it goes into a different level of interaction, and you need to integrate that technologies into teams and operations that are probably not so open. And how does that work? How is the corporate open to that SMEs technologies as well? It's also a factor to be considered.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and if I may add on to that, and that's why CVC as a program helps. So that is like when we come into the picture and try to convince the rest of the organization why we should create these special paths. Why do we have like these special cases that we can push through like the bureaucracies and try to find some efficient way in getting things done. And then, so once you have started doing it for the first, for the second, and the third time, like the company realized and learned that, like, so what kind of risk are we talking about? Like, what are really the exposure of like reducing the redundancy of some of the processes, and from there, like we may be able to expand that to a wider range of startups, even though like including those that we have not invested in. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thanks. I'd like to add one more thing is also as a corporate, you need to look at your procurement processes and the methodologies you use to buy stuff, right? Startups don't have time to entertain a 20-page non-disclosure agreement. They don't often, I haven't got many startups in my portfolio that have a legal officer, for example, right? So we really looked at, okay, how can we slim down our purchase agreements and our non-disclosure agreements to make them more palatable to startups and scale-ups and make it easier for them to do business with us.
That's great to hear that you're making so much effort to integrate the startups into your ecosystems. But I think it would be useful to understand for the startups that are listening to you at what stages and with what they are ripe to come to you. Could you just talk a little bit about your criteria and when are the startups, in fact, ready for your partnerships?
For us, our starting point, it's what we call Series A, or maybe seed extension. What does it mean by, what do I mean by that? Is this period where you already have a working solution, and preferably 2 or 3 customers, some initial KPIs to suggest that the solution is working. The reason is because our biggest value is to be able to take you to our customers and be able to introduce you to more scaling opportunity to be able to sell more faster. And so we would like to be able to work with them right away. And so having a working product is important. So we've decided to start from that stage, but then moving onwards, it will be either through the investment program, or if the company is already like quite matured, like we'll pass them through to the partnership program.
And can you just add some information about the amounts that you would be looking to invest and follow on?
Yeah, it very depends. So we start with like around like $500,000 euros, depending on the geography of the startup, and then all the way up depending on the topics.
Okay. And Shell?
Yeah, in our case, we just set up a new fund, a large fund that has a seed facility, has a venture facility for, say, Series A to D, E, and then we have a growth equity facility. So we can go all the way from the very start and founding of a company to the exit. And of course, the requirements differ a little bit for each of the phases, but for us, besides technology, it's a lot about the strength of the management team and their experience in scaling technologies up. In energy, anything you do needs to reach a scale in order to actually matter, right? Energy is an industry that touches our lives at so many levels, and if you can scale it to something that puts a dent in the system, then it's not of a lot of use. So that scaling capability is really important, and we'd like to see that back in the management teams. And if it's not there, then we'll try through the boards to add people to the management team that have that experience of taking it from lab and pilot scale to something bigger. I always say, maybe one last thing I want to add is it's better to invest in a great management team with a mediocre technology than the other way around, to invest in a great technology with a mediocre management team.
Absolutely. In terms of that management team and those founders, what I found is that they very much appreciate their independence. So there is always a lot of discussions about who's on the board, how much influence the board has, and how this works. And this is particularly important with corporates as a question to understand here the approach, the strategy, and the level of involvement. Could you talk a little bit about your strategy for board for your startups?
Yeah, so we are very active in the boards, and I'll tell you, I'm in several startup boards, and I'm generally disappointed with the conversations that I see in most of our portfolio companies. I don't see a lot of board members to be actually really active. We are active in a way where we really try to help these companies, but not in terms of, influencing, decision making, in terms of investing and stuff like that. And I think that corporates have a responsibility to be active, but also be a bit hands-off and let the management team do their job and support where they need help, right? Otherwise you get this strange strangulation type relationship where the startup becomes way too dependent on the corporate, and I think that's a very unhealthy dynamic. But we train our board members through the UK Institute of Directors to be effective at that, and I think that's really important.
Yeah, for us, we'll always ask for a board observer seat. So we don't necessarily need to vote, but we do want visibility because that is like part of the strategic value that we would derive from that investment. And instead of myself, like I do sit on a couple of the boards of our portfolio companies, we tend to find people within our organization who has the domain expertise, who we believe can add value into the startups who are working on solving certain problems. And because of that, like they can bring like their long history, like some of them are really expert in a particular field, and they can take their expertise into the company and help them to solve like particular problems. So because some of the times the entrepreneurs, like they're very good with certain technologies and they are super energetic, but they are not necessarily very deep into the domain knowledge, especially in our fields, which is like airlines and hospitality. And so we try to bring in that element as well. And so in a way, like rather than like pure supervising the startups, it's also about sharing experiences with them as well. And once again, it's because like we are corporations, we tend to say that I'm not the person who's going to scrutinize you every quarter on your budget and whether you have ever have been meeting your target for the end of the year. I would rather focus on the discussion on how we can collaborate and how we can add value into the company.
And could you talk about your board dynamics,
Sure.
Carlos?
Sure. Well, in general, I would say the more trust, shared values and shared objectives you have, the less of a controlling relationship it is and the more supporting relationship it becomes. No? We have had from the two early stage corporates that invested in EIC Energy, Repsol and Iberdrola, we had two people from each in the board with majority votes, quorums, etc. And as we continue developing the company and we gained the trust and we met the milestones we foresee, etc., at some point they stepped down of the board. They say, okay, you just need to keep me informed. And that was a natural development. Now we have a Yokogawa. Yokogawa is not on the board. He has a right to be, but we have a level of trust and we collaborate every month and on these meetings, etc. We keep them proactively informed. They don't need to be on the board to support the company. So that's the perfect relationship, I would say. But I also think it depends on what kind of corporate it is. No? We have had the experience of partnering with a company that had synergies only at the end of the value chain, which was Repsol, only for energy. We had one that had at the beginning and at the end, which is Iberdrola, for energy at the end and for CO2 usage at the beginning, so we can leverage the CO2 emissions to grow microalgae. That was another synergy. And then we have Yokogawa with this right at the middle, with this technology. What I've seen is that the more to the right side, the more to the end of the value chain the partner is, the corporate is, the more controlling it becomes. Because he's more a customer than a provider. Okay, that's what we have seen.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting that you had a few corporates at the same time. I'm just wondering about that dynamic. Is that helpful to have more corporates at the same time, do you find? Or one corporate is more easier?
It depends on the topic. It depends on what is being discussed. I mean, from a general principle, what we have done at the board level is always making decisions that are unanimous. That has been the case for us from the beginning. No? But I would say Repsol stepped out before in 2014 because we shifted towards another vertical that was not energy. Iberdrola stayed, and I would say with one you can get along better than with two, because then you have half the interests. No? Companies, although they're in the same sector, they don't have the same interests.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe if I may add something,
yes.
I think it's important that corporates, sign up to the same terms and conditions as VCs do, right? Where corporate venture capital goes wrong, and where I still see bad behavior in the market with some corporates, is where, for example, they ask for right of first refusals, right of first negotiations. They try to limit the exit. They try to get exclusivity. They try to avoid another corporate to get on board. I've seen that recently with a large utility company here in Europe. And this kind of behavior kills startups, and you've got to be really careful, and it gives the whole sector as a whole a bad reputation. So, you need to be prepared if you want to play this game to sign up to plain vanilla VC terms, and any strategic value that you want to create needs to be separately negotiated in separate agreements with the business directly, but not through the corporate venture unit.
100% in agreement. For us as well, we actually have a lot of co-investments with our airline customers, who also have like corporate VC funds. And we always say that we are very open to co-invest with our fellow solution providers in the industry. At the level of innovations, is when we're talking about supporting new things coming into the industry, the element of competition, it's a second thought. Notice it's more important that we prove that this is actually going to happen and is successful, and then we'll figure out how this can be scaled later on. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, Gert, you actually mentioned exits, and that is also always a topic. When you have a VC fund on your cap table, you kind of know they have a 10-year time horizon. They need to exit at one point. There needs to be liquidity, and they don't really have any of this strategic link. So it's a different kind of process for them. Could you talk a little bit about exits? How do you approach those from your corporate venturings?
So there's, if you are 10 or 20, even 30% of the cap table, still your level of influence to force an exit is limited. Yeah, so you got to take it when they come and have to be a bit opportunistic about it. We've had only few cases where Shell actually did buy the company and was the acquirer of the portfolio company, but in most cases we're happy for the company to be sold on to a credible new owner. Yeah. And at that time, we have probably already secured offtake agreements, collaboration agreements, and the strategic value is well on the way of being created. And so when the exit happens, what we often advise the management teams is to get a financial advisor to help them approach the market and not just focus on one country or maybe one region, but actually go broader, especially in clean tech and climate tech these days. There's a large appetite for companies that goes beyond Europe. And so really focus globally to see which exit potential is there. The vast majority does it through acquisition, so it's trade sales, but also we see increasingly IPOs and SPACs and other mechanisms being used for exits.
Yeah, it also comes back to the percentage that we actually own in the company, right? To say for us, except for a few cases, typically we keep less than 10% in the company, and because of that, what we do is we align with the entrepreneur and the other financial shareholders. So if they believe that that's the right moment to head for an exit, we go along the way. So we are perfectly aligned, one process. And then we get out at the same time. So there has been a few cases where we exited earlier, due to various reasons. The company has pivoted, and they believe that it will be better for their growth if Amadeus is no longer on their cap table, and we respected their wish, and then we left. So separate reasons, different reasons, but we're always aligned with the wish of the entrepreneur in terms of how they would like to manage that process.
Mm-hmm. And Carlos, has exits been a topic of either negotiation as you were setting up and bringing in corporates, or later on?
Not so much. I know because, for example, the Japanese, they invest without an exit in mind. This is a completely different culture, and we are doing plans for the next 15 years, so it's completely different. And the other ones we're investing more for a strategic reason, rather than exiting, having the technology integrated or being a customer in the future for energy, etc. So those discussions were not on the table with the corporates. They were, of course, on the table with the next investors that we have had, Caixa Bank, etc. Those are financial players, and we need to have systems that, depending on the years that pass, unlock themselves, and then we open different liquidity windows, and that's all managed from the beginning. No? But with the corporates, we didn't have that, and we found that when we pivoted towards sectors that were not of their maximum interest. Imagine a board where you have reps on Iberdrola and I'm talking about tomatoes and poultry and this kind of things. No? At some point you say, okay, but it's not of my interest anymore. No? So we need to look for an exit. And that's a process that needs to be led by the company, you know? Because as Gerd mentioned, you don't have the influence with a 20% stake to create a situation where you can exit meeting all your objectives. No? And in particular, if the company is at an early stage, because any money that gets pumped into a company at those stages should be to grow the business, no? And not to exit a shareholder that is existing there. So I found it really difficult for corporates to exit, really difficult. Also, because, and that's another factor I want to throw in and get your opinion on this, but I have the feeling that since corporates understand better the market and also see not only a financial value but a strategic value, they tend to value higher the companies. And also they can even minimize the risk. They understand better the risk and they can minimize the risk with the synergies. So if a company is valued by a corporate a little bit higher than by a financial player, if the next one is a financial player, what's the stepping stone? No? And that's a problem.
Yeah, I think it's important not to be too greedy, to be frank. I see that a lot, and I also see, therefore, startups fall into what I call the valuation trap, where the company, every time it raises capital, needs to show an uptick, and then at some point, 5 years down the road, the VCs have left the room because they need to raise a new fund in order to put new money in, and then the company puts itself for sale, or there's a new financing round coming. And because the valuation has already reached stratospheric levels, there's not a lot of new investors interested to invest. And the companies actually get stuck. It's a bit like a house that is on the market for too long. There's nothing wrong with the house. The price is simply too high. And as a result, I see some of these companies really struggle, and particularly in energy, where you need to be very patient. And the typical holding time for us is more than 8 years before we have an exit. So you need to really have patient capital and also not be too greedy on valuations.
Mm-hmm. Okay. We have a very concrete question from the audience. How can they reach you to send over an investment proposal? What is the best strategy for that? Maybe Susanna, can you explain?
Sure. The most common way, it's LinkedIn. So you can find me extremely easily on LinkedIn. But I have to say, I don't respond to LinkedIn messages that much. And it's because of the sheer amount of reach outs that we have individually through that platform. And so I would say, like, among the CVC community, we always say, if you are really keen in reaching out to a CVC, find somebody who knows us. So that's the most easy. That is the easier way to get attention from us, because, say, to be honest, like, the number of proposals that we really receive, it's really too many for us to screen through. So through LinkedIn, through conferences, like, to try to see how you can connect to somebody who know us. Then you will have a better chance.
So actually coming to EIC Fund could be one way to reach you.
Absolutely.
Yes, let's do a bit of marketing for the EIC Fund. No, I agree. Actually, you would be a good channel to go through. And I also agree with you. I mean, LinkedIn and email is overrated. I get 300 of them a day. There's no way I can respond to them. So find people that know somebody in my team and approach that person. And, it's part of the selection process, I guess, where, good startups will find their way to the money. I think that's the best way to approach it.
If I can give a hint to the startups, and I was discussing this with Manuel earlier today, So many, in particular, small companies, deep tech companies, tend to underestimate the importance of having a good communication, of having people doing public relations, of having a good marketing strategy, to be out there. Because in the end, if you're hiding, it doesn't matter how many people you have scouting for technologies if it's the guy in the house hiding. No? So there are many opportunities, many initiatives like EIC. I've been in several of them, in corporate events, and I can tell you this is a unique tool to do high-value matchmaking and valuable networking. And so be out there, look for the opportunities, try to find the people that were mentioned, because if you hide, because you have a good technology, nobody's going to go to your home to get it. No? You have to show it. You have to have a good person that has skills to communicate and to network. And that can go a long way, and people tend to underestimate that.
So communication is key. Being out there is very important. Showing your product, your solution, your idea, and working with the EIC is also a very good idea, it seems. That's a good recommendation. Maybe we could switch for a moment to the audience. If anyone has a question, please raise your hand up, and please free to take the mic.
No? Yeah? Yes. Hi, my name is Ricardo Marvão. I'm one of the co-founders of BTI. We work a lot with innovation with big corporates and startups. My question to you is... Hello? My question to you is, when you find these interesting technologies, interesting startups that you want to invest, how do you work with the business units to convince them that they should try out this technology? Because most of the times they have a focus on the business, and they have a focus on, they want their bonus at the end of the year, and they don't have time to work out with startups that really don't bring any business. So how do you convince the business units to actually work with the technology that you're bringing to the CVC?
So, yeah, that's the key question, of course. So we don't need the business unit to approve an investment, right? So we can make that investment decision independently from the business. I think that's really important, by the way. Otherwise, you're going to, by default, invest in late-stage technologies that are already very mature because the business needs it tomorrow, right? So that's one thing. But answering your question is, you need to involve the business very early on, already in the investment decision process. So my investment committee, and I have, for all the funds, I have separate investment committees that meet every week. I have key representation from the business in the investment committee. So you already start warming them up to, listen, this company really has something unique and differentiating to offer. And you involve them in that whole decision-making process. And then, when the investment is done, what we typically do, we have a person on the business side and on my side to face off with the startup and really work them to a level where we can start deploying their technology. In my sector, the energy sector, since we're going through the biggest transition that this sector has ever gone through, we realize that a lot of the cool and great technologies and business models will come from startups, right? So that realization is there throughout the company, that we depend more and more on startups and scale-ups to make that energy transition, which is an enormous challenge. And so that DNA of working closely with startups is definitely there. But then you need to organize it in such a way that the business actually makes time to engage with the startups. And you're right, otherwise they'll get focused and bogged down on day-to-day stuff, and they won't have the time in the day to spend with the startups.
Yeah, and on my side, I don't necessarily need business units to make investments, but at the end, if I want to deliver that strategic value, I need access to customers, and that is business unit. And so, from that perspective, I would say it's about alignment. We have regular dialogues with our business units, every single one of them, so making sure that we understand where their priorities are. So it's having that agreement of if there's one thing that we can work on together, what is that? Right? And focus on those priorities, because changing business units' priorities is not necessarily the most productive activity that I want my team to be working on, right? So it is about finding the common priorities and be able to find the right topics that they will be willing to commit and work on together.
I can also add to that, for us it has always been really helpful to find the ambassador within the corporate, find the godfather, no? That can tell you what is being discussed internally, who you should convince, what is the message, and that is making it much easier to tackle really the doubts, no? Because if you don't have that insights from within the corporate, it can become a really frustrating process.
Brilliant, thank you very much. Just to end this panel, thank you so much for your engagement and for being here today with us in Brussels. I'd just like to add to all the startups that are here. Everyone is really open to talk to you. Please go out and speak to Susanna, speak to Gert, get some tips from Carlos, but also reach out to Manuel here on the front line. If you want to start building these relationships on the corporate side, please just feel free to reach out, speak to them. This is the opportunity to do it. So everyone is welcome, and EIC is really building a big startup community right now. So please engage and be a part of it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. Now, we are starting our afternoon. I know it's always a bit difficult to get away from the break and from the networking, but we do have quite a few of you following us online already. So we're going to plow ahead and hopefully we'll be joined by more people here as we go. We have had already a pretty good taste this morning of what has already happened, what has already been done in terms of research and in terms of bringing this research to the market. We'll now look a little more in depth into very specific examples of how EIC Pathfinder actually does take projects from research to the game-changing innovations that make a difference on the market. Now, the EIC Pathfinder plays an absolutely crucial role in the European innovation ecosystem. It has inherited the rich achievements of the former program, The Future of Emerging Technologies, and now the EIC Pathfinder helps fund very high-risk research within the EIC, within the European Innovation Council. To discuss this journey from one end to the other, I'm delighted to welcome three panelists this afternoon. And we have Yolanda Casas, who is the Chief Operation Officer from Neuroelectrics. Yolanda, good afternoon. You are online. Yolanda is replacing Anna Maikes, who unfortunately had a flight delay and couldn't join us. Yolanda, good afternoon. Yes, I see you on my screen. We have with us on stage Dr. Silvia Scaglione. Silvia is the prize winner for the Innovation Radar Prize. She's the coordinator of a B2B project funded by the Pathfinder. She's also a permanent researcher at the Italian National Research Council, and she's the head of the Laboratory of Tissue Engineering in Genoa. Good afternoon, Silvia. And then finally joining us online also is Dr. Itedale Namro Redwan, who's the Chief Scientific Officer and Director of Bioink and Tissue Engineering Research and Development at CellLink. Good afternoon to all three of you. You are, all three, very good examples of the whole path that we've been talking about and of the role that the EIC Pathfinder can play. So I'd like to, first of all, ask each of you how the Pathfinder fits into your experience as researchers and as developers. And maybe for that, I'll start with you, Sylvia, since you're right next to me.
Yes, thanks. Well, Pathfinder fits very well in my experience because, as you told, I come from academia, but I'm also chief scientist of a startup. And in the Pathfinder, we have found the perfect funding opportunity to go on in a high-risk, collaborative, interdisciplinary project. So in this sense, when you have different actors that have to work together for a high-risk breakthrough technology, in our case, we want to generate an organ-on-chip technology for studying the cancer progression and for testing novel personalized medicine. We have on the table physicians, engineering, biologists, and we have also excellent ERC winners, but also start-upper in order to go on also in the exploitation of the technology. So Pathfinder, in my opinion, represents the perfect opportunity for innovators and scientists and start-upper to go on in our mission.
And can I now turn to Yolanda? Yolanda,
Hello?
Looking at my screen. Hopefully you should appear in a minute. There you are. Yolanda, same question applies to you, really. How did the Pathfinder fit into your overall experience in your company?
Mm-hmm. First of all, thank you for having us. And I think that thanks to the European Innovation Council, actually it's at the very beginning, at the very birth of Neuroelectrics, we have a FET project, which is, as everyone knows, the precursor of the Pathfinder program of the EIC. And that was a project about like how to have the understanding of the brain, its diseases, and how to treat them. And it was an innovation project that was a cooperation with many innovation centers and in a company called Starlab, which is our mother company. But very soon, there was the realization that actually that could be a technology that could be transferred into a company, and that was how Neuroelectrics was created as the spin-off of Starlab. And today at Neuroelectrics, we are developing a technology to neuromodulate the brain activity, and that allows to create personalized therapies to treat neurological and psychiatric conditions and get these treatments to people who don't have a proper handling of their diseases and are suffering all over the world. So this is a very good example of how something that was born as a scientific and technological project, but with a lot of risk that needed this validation, has now become a company who has successfully closed an investment round, and that is conducting clinical trials in the US. To bring these technologies as therapies to all these people in need.
Thank you. So, Itedale, can we really say that this EU funding changed your company?
Well, I have to say that the answer is yes.
So I'm very, very fortunate to have been part of CELINK's journey for 4 years now. And when I started, we were 20 people, very passionate about technology that was going to change the life science industry and the way we answer questions related to the future of health, but also the future of humanity. Today, CELINK is a company that is around 2,000 people, and it's only 4 years later. And CELINK changed its name and gave birth to a new company called CELINK, where I'm still a part of. So CELINK, our focus is to really apply bioprinting to answer scientific questions. And just a few years ago, we were approached by a professor, a medical doctor, Alessandra Balduini, in the project of silk fusion in collaboration with many scientists, but of course, Pavia as leaders. And we got the possibility to collaborate in this amazing project where the goal is to actually bioprint blood factories. So basically, blood producing or platelet producing bioprinted constructs, and then to use these constructs for transfusion, but also for drug screening purposes. And I think not only did we get funding for this very high risk and challenging project, but we actually got the opportunity to contribute to a very, very important question, which, you know, the lack of blood for transfusion. So I would say this is definitely has had a great impact, and with the support of the European grants and a few of them that we've got, including the FET and so on, we've gotten a pilot project also. We've definitely excelled our innovation and been more successful to invest in high risk projects that maybe someone else would have not invested in.
Thank you. Now, I'd like to invite everybody, whether here in the room or people online, to do send already questions for our speakers so that we can have a little interactive exchange towards the end of our session. And of course, I invite our speakers as well to reach out to each other or let me know if they would like to comment on what somebody else has said. I know it's not easy to organize a dialogue between some people online and some people on stage, but it's feasible. So you hear us, we hear you. That's the main thing. So please don't hesitate also. Just raise your hand for our friends online if you would like to comment on something, for instance, that Sylvia has said or is going to say. Now, to continue on our questions, would you say that the EIC Pathfinder actually is just the right tool to foster interdisciplinary and intersectoral collaboration between, on the one hand, leading research teams for one place and leading research teams for another? Is that interconnection really essential? Maybe I'd like to start with Yolanda this time.
Mm-hmm. Yes, actually, I don't want to be wrong about this, but I think it was 7 or 8 different organizations, institutions that were at the beginning part of this HIVE project, the FET project that gave birth to Neuroelectrics later on. So I think that we are a clear example of how we are we used these collaboration between different institutions, and it was like, I think that even the same amount or almost of different countries as well around Europe. So I think that definitely this helps, and it's a way to put in contact researchers and innovators like that are working in different institutions in different countries.
Itedale, what about from your end? How does that connection between researchers work?
It's essential, and I think the focus or the example I can give is, you know, if you look at any individual, it's impossible to clap with one hand. You need two hands, and maybe you need a full team of scientists and brilliant minds together to solve different or difficult questions related to science and academia. I think in industry, there is just a certain amount of research that we can do that is not commercially linked, since companies usually needs to be self-sustainable, and of course they need to survive the investments that are done in R&D. While I think in academia, scientists really dedicate their career and their life towards innovations. And it's only by us collaborating where, for example, as an industry company, we know that we are working on the right things that are actually interesting for the scientists, but also we function as a link to bring those new findings to the industry and maybe sharing with other users in the world. So I think it's definitely a win-win, and I don't think that it's possible to put the entire responsibility on one research group or one research team. We all have the responsibility to collaborate together, and that will help us move faster.
Now, Sylvia, collaboration between leading research teams from your end as well?
Yeah, I fully agree with the last comments, and in my opinion, it's important, it's critical, especially in some specific challenges like the medical research, the interdisciplinary collaboration, but also the intersectoral collaboration, because we have to go on the temptation to write amazing scientific papers and to advance the knowledge of basic research. We have to go on, and only the presence of the startups within these collaborative projects have the head and the potential to design the technology, the prototypes with the market in mind since the beginning, because the direction also in the Pathfinder instruments has to be at the end the exploitation. So in my opinion, this is another important point.
Yes, so absolutely essential indeed. And to all of you, and maybe this time I'll start with Itedale, what would your advice be to researchers in order to bring innovation to the market? Clearly it's something that we've been talking about since this morning. We saw it with some of our award winners. We're seeing it in all the conversations that have been taking place on this stage. What would your advice be in order to concretize innovation into a tangible market good or service?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the first important, I wouldn't say advice, but maybe indication I could give those scientists is please patent your findings, patent your ideas, and protect your innovations. This is very, very important. I know that in academia, we are very interested in publishing our papers, and it is a huge part of our job. We should do that, but let's make sure the innovation is protected, because if everyone has access to the technology and you're not protecting it, then it will be very difficult to have commercial benefit from your findings. I think, second of all, I know that universities and academic institutions, they have business development offices. Do reach out to them and tell them that I have a finding that I think can be great value to the industry. If you don't have that, reach out to the companies alone, and I promise you, if your innovation is interesting, which I'm certainly sure it is, there will be people interested there, because it's through partnerships and collaborations we can get it out there. Or also, it's worth taking risks. and going for spin-offs. It is worth it if your innovation and your idea is huge enough. And luckily we have grants such as the Pathfinder to support brave, innovative ideas.
Thank you. So very interesting pieces of advice indeed. And I hope there are people in the audience, whether online or here, taking notes because it's going to be useful to many people. What about you, Sylvia? What would your piece of advice be?
The first advice is to create the proper team that create the consortium at the end. Proper team means the most excellent innovators and scientists in Europe, each one for the specific topic that represent the ingredient, the bricks of the overall project. And the second one is to focus since the beginning on the impact of the technology. That can be, of course, a market-oriented impact, but also a societal impact. So, for instance, probably also CELLINK may share this common impact. In our case, our impact is also to change the paradigm of the drug testing, and so also to reduce the animal usage in this drug development. And so, but in many cases, there are other type of societal impact. So this is another suggestion I want to leave.
Yolanda, what would you advise?
Yes, I would be aligned with what my colleagues have said before. Like, really, patenting is very important. I have seen like many good ideas that get it hard to get to the market in the end, to the society, to be transformed into a product, because even the same researchers publish prior art that make it very difficult to patent later. So it's very important to have a very good IP strategy right from the beginning of a new idea. So even before it takes the full shape and it's ready for the next step. So that's very important. I think that researchers should be advised about that and should get trained somehow about IP protection and IP strategies. So I think that's very good advice. And what I would also say is that it feels sometimes in academia that there is a great divide between doing something for science and doing something for business, like as if it were two different things that have nothing to do with each other. And even a little bit the feeling for scientists that if they do something for business, they are betraying the purpose of science or something like that. And what I would like to say is that we need to look at the business feasibility or viability of a project as a way to make it happen in the real world, in the society, of having a real impact. And I think that at the heart of every scientist, there's the will to do something good for society, to be something good for humanity, and that this is a way to make it happen, create a project that can be self-sustained as a business. So I would encourage also researchers to think in this way about businesses, that this is a vehicle to transfer their findings into something good for society.
Thank you. We have received a couple of questions already, and please keep sending them. We have a question which is related to the biotech sector, so maybe you would like to take this one, Sylvia. The 2021 Pathfinder focused also on genetic therapies. And will the 2022 Pathfinder have the same interest in investing in biotech startups with a focus on genetic therapies? Would you have any idea about that?
Well, in the biotech field, the issue is that the funding is critical because the time of the return on investment is long. So for this reason, EIC is doing a great work to support this innovation and to help these ideas, because in many cases the VC do not have time to come back with the return on investment in this type of innovations. And this specific field is one example. So there are a huge a number of breakthrough ideas that may create new markets and new life science changing. This is for sure will happen. But before reaching that goal, we have to wait a long time, long time. And in many cases, EIC work is the unique work that has the capacity to pick up this novelty, to found this, and to allow that these dreams become a reality. Because if you consider, for instance, the smartphone, at the beginning it was just a mobile phone, but now the smartphone is used also as MP3 player, GPS positioning, camera photo, agenda, calculator, so different markets, a huge TAM, but at the beginning the smartphone was just a mobile phone. And so it's important also, especially in the biotech, to keep in mind this long term to reach the market.
Mm-hmm. Would any of our two speakers online like to comment on this biotech question? Itedale, Yolanda? No? That's okay. We'll continue. We have more questions. So, and that's one for all three of you, actually. What's the next step for your companies after Pathfinder? I mean, we've talked about the fact that we needed to bring science and innovation to the market. Okay, that's one thing. But in terms of the Pathfinder in your own organizations and companies, what are you looking at for the coming years? Are you looking at raising equity? Are you trying to get transition or accelerator support? What are you aiming to do? Maybe I can start with Yolanda on this one.
Yes, thank you very much. So we recently closed a round of funding that's funding actually our clinical trial activity in the US. This was very much needed. The Pathfinder was like the first push that gave birth to the technology and was at the root of the founding of the company. But now we are in a process of getting these indications, this technology validated for clinical use, and we are aiming at closing another round of funding in 1 or 2 years. So this is something that's it's a round of after another, like as you get to your milestones as a company that you prove and create more assets, more value for your project, it's closer to the market, you need to continue with the following funding. And I think that this is a possibility as well to take into consideration these projects from the EIC. I believe that this is one of the things that needed to be done as the companies go from the startup phase to the scale-up phase, and they need like larger amounts in their rounds to continue to be successful in their goals.
Thank you. What about you, Sylvia? Next steps?
We are doing different strategies. So we have the transition to innovation instruments in mind. I mean, we have already applied, to be honest, and then we have already some dialogue open with to VC, and we have also the privilege that we have already reached the market. And so we have also revenues and some recurrent revenues. So we are going on in parallel to optimize and accelerate as much as possible.
Yeah, to acceleration, really.
Yeah.
Itedale.
Yeah. No, I think, as Yolanda said, I mean, of course, having the investor rounds and finding the resources to continue our amazing work is, of course, part of our, it's part of our plan as well. But I think what has been most successful and most essential to us has also been to get access to the collaborations that are empowered by the European grants that are supporting consortiums comprising big groups with various and diverse knowledge. And I think that will continue. And I think it is still part of my major strategy to help us, because in the end, we as a company, we are a technology provider. We provide the technology, the bioprinting, the bioinks, but it's really through the work with these consortiums where we can actually bring the technology to use in important applications. So I think it will continue to be part of being part of larger consortiums. For example, we have a few Giotto, which is also a project related to bone, Triangle related to tendon, and so on and so forth. I think that's the success of that I see, where we are actually working with in real life problems and getting support to work with in real life problems with great collaborators brought together with different specialities.
Thank you, Dedali. And actually, I'll stay with you because I think that building on what you just said, I'd like to ask you, looking at the stage where you're at now, would you apply again to Pathfinder? And if so, why? Starting from where you are now.
Yeah, from where I am now, I think one of the reasons why we are where we are now are thanks to, of course, the great support we receive. And I would say definitely we would apply again. It's also very encouraging when you are working on an innovative project. It's encouraging to get it, first of all, reviewed by experts in the industry and evaluated and compared to other projects and applications. Once a grant is granted, you get empowered and really want to focus your thoughts and ideas into a tangible solution. And I think having the deliverables and the milestones to achieve is it's a very good tool to guarantee that projects proceed and move forward compared to not having a timeline to follow. When you have grants, for example, in some instances, you can work on the same research topic for years. But here it's really tangible what it is you have to deliver by when. And if it's not delivered, you've at least done your best.
Yolanda, would you do the same all over again? Or maybe not all over again, but sorry, maybe not all over again, but starting from where you are now?
Yeah, we would, absolutely. It has been it was the push, as we said, that was the origin of our company, of our current project. But since the times of Startup, the company that got the Hive, the FET project that became Neuroelectrics, our mission has always been to transform science into technologies with a positive impact in society. And we've done it again. So last year we got an ERC grant, because that's where we start. We start with pure science. And that is the foundation of what we believe will be the next generation of our current technology. So we are going from science, starting with these kind of grants, but we aim at going through the same process of getting it closer and closer to the market by doing the transference into technologies. And yeah, so I think that this is something that never stops. Our faith in deep tech, in the need of doing very fundamental and grounded science to become like technologies with an impact in society is at our core, at our DNA.
Sylvia, what about you?
Yes, I agree. I mean, in my opinion, startups have always the hitting heart in R&D and innovation. So for this reason, Pathfinder always represent an extremely interesting instrument to have the possibility to create a breakthrough that's not incremental research. And if there are these conditions, and if you find a proper consortium with excellent partners, this is of course a great opportunity, and we are working also in this direction.
And please continue to send questions. But just, okay, now the EIC is established, it's successful. I think we have established that as well ever since we started this conference. So what should it look like in the future? What should it do? What doesn't it do yet that it should focus on in the future? Maybe starting with you, Sylvia. It's a big crystal ball sort of question.
Well, in my opinion, we have to, I'm working also, and I'm telling also as an EIC ambassador, we should better work together with VC, because in some cases, the EIC itself works with the equity and also with the cooperation with the VC. But as I said before, in many cases, the breakthrough technologies need more time and are based on a really high-risk technology. It means that at the beginning, this prototype do not work, they are far to be perfect, and therefore, in many cases, VC are not so comfortable in funding these high-risk ideas, where also the prototype itself doesn't work so well. And since they cannot have the proper skills in specific deep tech, probably they should be more trust in the European Commission and in what he's doing, the European Commission and the EIC, in terms of funding of this challenging technology. So probably there is still some dialogue missing in that direction, in my opinion.
Very interesting. What about you, Yolanda? What do you think the EIC should look like in the future to continue being successful?
Yeah, thank you. I subscribe the words of my fellow panelists. It is very important to understand that these deep tech projects like that are very disruptive, might need a longer run before they can be at the stage where they can be self-sustained with their own business model, right? And I think that in Europe, we are very successful, and this is in words of Anna Meikes, our CEO, at bringing, making science or transforming money into science, so bringing science. But we are not so good at transforming science back into money. And this is because it takes high-risk investments and long time to make these very innovative, very disruptive technologies to be successful. And this is something that we need to do better in Europe in general at all levels. I think that starting with the mentality, as we mentioned previously, at academia, among the researchers, to understand that this is also a noble and desirable path to go into business. But instruments like the EIC are crucial to make it happen. I think that the Pathfinder is a very well-established program that has been very successful for projects in their early stages. And we're really looking forward to see how well the transition and the accelerator programs work in the future. I think that this is going in the right direction, that having like larger fundings as well, especially the accelerator for projects that are in their scale up phase. And again, I believe that EIC is leading in this mindset, like to take these higher risks for companies that are that require like larger investments to make this the next step in their evolution. But this is not enough. Like the private investment is also necessary, and I think that in Europe we are more used to incremental innovation, and we're very good at having this. Innovation in well-established technologies, but as it comes to disruptive technologies, and in particular what is our field, which is deep tech, we need to bring together as well investors, VCs, to believe and make like these riskier investments or larger investments in risky businesses.
Thank you, Itedale. How do you see the future, the successful future of EIC?
No, I of course echo what my panel colleagues said. Venture capitals bringing more exposure to that and investors is important. But something that I think also the EIC can help out with is maybe the outreach and the dissemination. So in every project, there is a dissemination part, there is a presentation portion where we have to go to conferences, we have to create pages about the projects and so on and so forth. But what if there was a portal where all of those innovative projects were collected, and not only in writing where you have an abstract and this is the project with the grant, but you actually have a presentation of the project supported by the EIC. And of course, this would actually have investors and venture capitalists going in, like checking, okay, what is the latest and the greatest? What are the latest innovations being explored and funded today collectively? And I think by that way, it can create a little bit more exposure, because now as it is, there is a lot of responsibility on the project itself to create the videos for awareness or have interviews with the scientists in the project. But I think there's a stronger power behind the EIC, the provider, to bring all of those nice marketing attempts together in a platform.
So yeah, bringing everything together, and that's probably also why it really does make sense to fund research under the EIC, because it's really a whole chain, right?
Yeah.
Sylvia?
Yeah, it's true. EIC may appear like really heterogeneous, because the TRL scale is really large, starting from the basic research in the Pathfinder up to TRL 9 in the SME accelerator at the end. But it's what happens when you want to bring the basic research and to move on the market with a high impact on the society. So I remember, as an example, the bionic hand that was born from a Pathfinder more or less 10 years ago. At the beginning, it was really a basic research, but now is the state of the art. The exoskeletons, there are many applications also in the clinics. But we had to wait 10 years. So the old TRL scale funded mostly by the European Commission, and this is important, starting from the basic research.
Yes. Itedale, would you have something to comment about that, the fact that it's really the whole chain that is covered?
No, I really agree that it's very, very important, not only to get the help early on or late on. I mean, there are really different aspects and really different types of investments and research questions to be answered in different TRL levels. So I fully echo that. And we see that this is something that has become more so, and grants for pushing us all through the range that DRL are in place.
Yolanda?
Nothing to add. I fully agree.
Very clear. So now I'd like to ask you maybe as a concluding remark, what is if you had to choose, the one biggest benefit of a Pathfinder project? I give you 10 seconds to think about it, and then I start with, maybe I'll start with you, Itedale. One major benefit?
Yeah, I think it helps us to take risks in innovations. That's maybe one. I can mention more, but I think it really allows us to take risks. And if we look at the world, how many of our most important findings came from ideas such as the bionic hand, which no one maybe believed in 15 years ago. Taking risks in innovative ideas, that's definitely...
It allows you to dare, really.
Yeah.
Yolanda, the major benefit.
It's, I think that there are innovations that are gonna happen only because they had the opportunity of having this Pathfinder program, or being part of this Pathfinder program. So I would say that it really is the difference between some advancement existing or not at all, because there are not so many other programs or ways of funding that might make these very risky innovations possible. So I would say that it's not only the possibility to do something risky, but also the difference between something's happening or not, because there are no alternatives. I would say that it's quite unique as well.
So creating opportunities, really. So daring, creating opportunities. What about you, Sylvia? What would you see as the key?
Also the networking, the opportunity to work with amazing and outstanding scientists, apart the money for managing the risk, of course.
Yeah, so what we talked about in the beginning, really, this unique opportunity to cooperate between researchers.
Yes.
So there we are. To the EIC organizers, we have three keywords. We have cooperation, we have daring, and we have opportunities. I will use those as the three concluding words of our session. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you to our three speakers, Yolanda, Itedale, Sylvia. Thank you. Thanks for being with us. Bye-bye. And have a very nice rest of the afternoon. See you in a few minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. I'm super excited to have actually speakers on stage this afternoon. So for the one that attended my session yesterday, I had all speakers online, so that's nice for a change. So thanks for being here with me. So we are going to do a little role play this afternoon, I would say. So we have our very own Shark Tank Dragon's Den session, how you want to name it. We have 3 very exciting startups with us this afternoon who are going to pitch. And we have 3 experts on stage that will help us figure out a little bit about mechanisms of pitching and feedbacking those startup pitches. So thanks again for being here. We have with us José Martinez, CEO of ADEX and Business Angel. So what's going to be your role this afternoon? So maybe
I will be a venture capital.
Okay, venture capitalist. All right. We also have with us Angel Giuliano. She's an entrepreneur, CEO of Across Limits, and she's an EIC ambassador as well. What's going to be your role?
Yeah, I'm going to be playing the role of corporate investor.
Corporate investor, all right. And then also there's Martin Tyre, financial expert. What's going to be your role?
I will represent a family office.
Okay, a family office on stage. So then, honestly, I just give the stage to our first startup, pitching. Get all their money. Welcome on stage, Mats Plecker.
So, good afternoon. My name is Mats Plecker, and I'm representing Hymeth. And we are more than an electrolyzer. We are a hydrogen production system provider. We are a company based in Denmark, and we are today 8 people working in this company. We do have 9 patents already founded, and 4 of them are only granted. So far, we have raised about 10 million euros, and as a starting point to be part of this green revolution within the hydrogen. So what is happening here to enable the green revolution within hydrogen? The present solutions that are available are not the long sustainable solutions because they are too expensive and they are too inefficient. And IRENA have made an investigation here of breaking down what has to happen to make this technology affordable. And basically they're broken down into some elements here that you can see on this slide. And it's related to the cost of the electrolyzer, it's the electrolyzer's capacity, or let's say the efficiency of it, and the fuel, of how many hours you're running it, and the lifetime of the electrolyzers. And this is really the problem that we need to solve. And we, within Hymeth, we do have this solution. And our solution, we call it HYN, and it's basically the first electromagnetic electrolyzer. And it's a complete green hydrogen production system that you can see on this screen. On the top side, that's our solution. It's a single unit compared to the present solution that you can see on the bottom of this screen. So we don't use any compressor, we don't use any dryer to produce the hydrogen. That also of course, have a great impact on the capex, that is reduced then by more than 40% compared to the present situation, and it's also effect on the OPEX, the operation costs. And of course, it's scalable and a modular system, and it gives really a small footprint into the market on the CO2 emissions. So HYN means really a lower and more flexible capex, and it's really based on 3 components. It's based on our lower production costs, which is important. Remember, the cost is one of the important things. And we have a unique technology there. We are not using any rare metals. We're only using copper, iron, and nickel. We don't use any compressor or dryer to provide or to produce the hydrogen here. And it's, of course, it's stackable, modular system, so you can build it in different kind of potential that is needed. If you look on the other side, which is important here, is the costs on the operations. And what we have been doing by introducing electromagnetism into it, we have been able to enhance the efficiency to over 70%. And if you look on the catalysts, it's even over the 90%. And it's built on the unique of the very well-known non-rare metals, copper, nickel, and iron, what you basically can find anywhere in the world. So there's no problem going forward finding this, and it's also available in enough volumes. The introducing of electromagnetism also is enhancing the production and capability of the electrolyzers. And there's, as I said before, there's no need of compressors and dryers. That also brings down the operation costs. And we are operating at much lower temperatures that also enhance the lifetime of the components. So what we are asking for at this moment, we're asking for 2.3 million euros here to ensure that we are capable to scale up this and introduce these products to the market in rapid scale. And the team that we have working it is, you can see that here on the picture, the founder down to the left here, Suman. He has already done a long experience here and already patented more than 100 patents around the world here. And we have a broad mix here with people from everything from India, US, Greece, Poland, Sweden, Denmark. So it's a really nice fruit salad here and enhancing the skills that is needed to bring these products to the market. Thank you very much for your attention.
So can I start? Why are you so nervous?
This is the first time I'm standing in front of a big scene.
Okay. So you are asking 2.3 million euros. You are asking for 2.3 million euros.
Yes, sir.
And what's the enterprise valuation?
What is?
The enterprise valuation.
It's above, today it's about over 10 million.
Over, which means 20 or 10.5?
10, above the 10 billion.
But how
10.5 to be exact.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I didn't understand your go-to-market strategy. Could you tell us more about it?
Of course, I will be happy to do it. It's based, it is based on two legs. It depends on the market segment that we want to address. We're basically addressing three market segments. It's the process industry, the power to X, and the wind and solar energy and grids. And based on these segments, we are going with distributors, and we are also going through, let's say, partnerships and joint ventures.
You have these people signed on already?
Yes, we have already orders booked from the northern part of Europe and also southern part of Europe. So it's a combination from power to X and also partners.
Okay.
I have a question. Who needs your product? I have no clue from your presentation who are your clients, who you're selling to, what is the price? Why is this the case?
So our customers that we're thinking of is customers that are related to the power to X, process industry, and also windmill solar energy to produce hydrogen, to enable to store hydrogen for other applications.
And you already have a customer or not? Do you have already a paying customer or not?
Yes.
Okay, so I understand your business. I think it's a great opportunity. I have the 2.3 million here in my bag, but the point is, what's the exit strategy you are looking for me? The exit strategy.
The exit strategy.
Yes.
Basically, there's two different areas that we are thinking of. One is of an IPO, and the other is to teaming up with an industrial partner in the longer run.
But that industrial party will buy my stock?
That's correct.
Okay, I need to know your IP strategy. You said you're doing 9 patents, 4 of them granted. Are there more in the pipeline?
Yes, we have more in pipeline. So that's one of the key points here, to continue developing and enhancing the IP structure of a company, because that's what will secure the future of the company.
But are you focused enough to actually get results, or are you like chasing the next chimera all the time?
No, we are going to continue keeping in with the same segment. We have already some additional products that we can use with, let's say, synergies with the electrolyzer that we're manufacturing, and also capturing the CO2 to produce synthetic methanol.
I believe that you will need much more money than the 2.3 million to get to the market. How will you protect my investment versus dilution?
That's almost an impossible question to answer.
No, it's not impossible. I want protection. I'm a family office. I want protection.
The best thing is what we can do to protect is, of course, being successful out in the market.
Thank you.
I would like to continue with Martin's question, because it could be an impossible, more than impossible question. I think it's difficult to ensure that it's going to happen 100%, but at least I would like to know your plan to deliver, let's say, that exit strategy. And one question more, when you said that an IPO or an industrial partner, that's after the 10 million that you are going to ask afterwards?
It doesn't necessarily mean to be 10 years. It could be after 5 years.
No, I said, in the presentation, you said 2.3 now.
Yes, correct.
And there is a next round of 10 million euros.
Yes, more than 10 million euros. That's correct. Sorry, I didn't hear you.
So my question is, the IPO would come after those 10 million euros?
Yes.
So I know that I will be diluted before my exit.
Yes, you will be diluted after
just
that.
to make my calculations if it is profitable or not.
Of course.
Okay.
But hopefully we are capable to generate an increase of the valuation of a company over that time before we do the IPO or sign up with an industrial partner.
Okay. So I'm going to take two turns, this question and the previous one following Martin that you didn't answer. What's your real plan to make this happen in brief lines?
Our real plan is continue then further negotiation with the partners that we already have on the board, or let's say on the table, and finalize. It's industrial partnerships, it's joint ventures, and it's direct sales to distributors.
And what's your cap table looking like now? I mean, how busy is it?
The cap table, today we have 30 shareholders, and it's
30?
30.
30 shareholders?
Yes.
That's a very busy space. I mean,
So
how will I get, if I invest, I want to be on the board. I want my voice to be heard.
Oh, that's great. You're most welcome. So,
but I don't want to fight another 30.
I mean, if you look on what we've done recently, we have enhanced and sharpened our cap table here with 13 funds, industrial funds, and also state funds, and also private investors and angel investors.
Okay, last question from my side. As family, we are very shy. We want not to be involved too much in the operations and managerial. If the investment goes sour, what will happen?
If the investment
goes south, what will happen?
Let's say the worst thing is that your value of the money will go down the drain, and how deep it will go. But hopefully that will not happen, because if you look on the market here for hydrogen is more than 40 billion euros. So I doubt that will happen.
Okay.
If you look on
Understand?
the people.
Last question, and then time is over. You don't talk a lot about competition. You're not alone in this field. What, in one sentence, is your USP that I should invest in?
If you look on the patent portfolio, let's say the unique selling points that we're offering is exactly tackling the things that are the biggest hurdle here to open up the green hydrogen to the market.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, I have to say, I pass in the investment. I think it's, if I include the dilution with the 10 million, it's too much for me. So I have to pass.
I will also pass. I mean, it's really complex, it seems, your cap table, and I really don't know how you would protect our voice there.
I say I don't pass, but for a family office, I want to invest 6 to 10 million, and I want a share of above 35%. We can discuss these terms, otherwise I'm out. Thank you.
Now you can applaud.
Thank you so much.
I think we passed that
Thank
stage.
you so much.
Okay, thank you very
Thanks
much.
for your time.
Thank you.
I must say I had to, kind of help myself back since we're in the middle of the interviews for the new cutoff, like not to ask questions myself, but thanks for doing the job. Thanks, Mats, also for being on stage. And now the next startup on stage and the next founder will be Baptiste Villora. He's the CFO of Agent Biotech. So welcome on stage.
Hi, I'm co-founder at AGNT, and we are on a mission to defeat Alzheimer's by targeting the silent stage of the disease. Today, 50 million people are suffering from Alzheimer's, and without prevention, it will be 150 million in 2050. And the bad news is, by the time we detect the disease, it's already too late. With the current diagnostic tools, we detect Alzheimer's during the late stages, where the symptoms are irreversible. And if we want to deliver meaningful treatments to the patient, we need to detect Alzheimer's from the asymptomatic stage with a high level of accuracy and a simple blood test. And that's exactly what we're doing at AGNT. We are a highly skilled team in neuroscience, artificial intelligence, and business. And we have convinced international research centers to give us access to plasma samples of people that have Alzheimer's dementia right now, but have been sampled up to 20 years before. So, how does it work? We take a plasma samples, we analyze 25 patented biomarkers, and by running a machine learning algorithm, we achieved a specificity of 98.8% and a sensitivity of 98.1% across all stages of the disease on the first proof of concept on 232 human plasma samples from France and Spain. So we're going to address two markets with this technology. The first one is the pharmaceutical industry, to include patients into clinical trials. Right now, they are using PET scans and a lumbar puncture to include the patient. It's costly, invasive, and not accurate. With AGNT tests, we could reduce the time of inclusion. And we could also increase the success rate of those clinical trials by better selectioning the patient population. The second market, the biggest one, is the MCI population. So people with a first cognitive decline, but we don't know if it's due to Alzheimer's or due to another dementia. It represents 5.5 million new tests each year in the US and Europe. And we're going to help people to get treated before it's too late, but also to reduce the cost of dementia. To quickly address those markets, we're planning, So the competitors are currently mainly focused on brain biomarkers, like A-beta and tau. So these biomarkers are biomarkers that we already know. And with this approach, they cannot detect Alzheimer's from the asymptomatic stage, and even during the prodromal stage, the accuracy is not so great. At AGNT, we are using peripheral biomarkers, so biomarkers that are not modulated by your brain, but by your peripheral organs, like the liver, for example. And we combine that with AI to detect Alzheimer's from the asymptomatic stage with a high level of accuracy. To quickly address those markets, we're planning to partner with clinical laboratory networks like LabCorp in the US, for example, or Sabaris-Care in France. They're going to do the blood sampling and the quantification of the biomarkers. They already have the platforms to do that. And we're going to sell them the algorithms to make the diagnosis. So we could quickly spread the test in the US and in Europe. We're planning to start selling to the pharmaceutical industry in 2023. And our main objective here, of course, is to become the gold standard for Alzheimer's clinical trials. For the general population, first, we need to get the FDA approval and the CE mark, and we're planning to do that in 2024. So we've already raised 1.5 million of equity and 1.6 million of non-dilutive fundings. With this money, we're going to achieve a first prototype trained and validated on 750 plasma samples. So that's the current clinical validation. We're doing that with centers in the US, Europe, and Australia. And we will get the first result in Q2 2022. The next fundraising will be a Series A of 15 million euros to develop the final product and train it on 1,250 plasma samples by Q2 2023. And the second milestone will be to get the CE mark and FDA approval by Q3 2024. As you can see on the right, the M&A activity is pretty dynamic on the diagnostic industry recently. with some exit over $2 billion. So please, join us to defeat the disease of the century. Thank you.
Okay. Why is not the CEO here to ask for our money? Aren't we so important?
We are two co-founders. So Jérôme, who is just there, is a scientist, is a genius inventor of the technology, and I'm more the business guy. So it depends on the event, but we always divide the task.
I think 15 million euros is too much for the use of funds that you are suggesting. And even I think you are quite optimistic to get the CE mark so soon. What do you think about? Can you elaborate a little more?
So first, on the amount, if you look at, we are tackling huge markets, and we don't want to lose time to get there. So if we are comparing ourselves to, for example, the startup in the US that are doing that, 50 million is not so much. And the second question, the CE mark, it's not the most difficult to get, especially at the moment, and on the fact that we already talked to several regulatory agencies, and we have almost already the proof that we need to fight for it. So as soon as we get the proof, it's around 1 year and 1.5 years. So by 2024, it will be okay.
What's the current valuation of your company?
So for the next round, it will be based on the results that we will get on the ongoing clinical trials, but we will be between pre-money, between $30 million and $45 million.
Okay, and you said you want to reach the pharma industry. How are you doing that exactly?
Can you repeat, please?
Sorry?
Can you repeat, please?
Yes, you said one of your two areas. One is pharma and one is MCI. So let's start with the pharma. How are you going to reach them?
So we're already in discussion with some of them. I cannot
ones?
disclose name, of course.
Okay.
And there is not a lot of innovation on diagnostic in the diagnostic industry for Alzheimer's, so it's pretty easy to get in contact with them. And they're looking for the results on 750 patients sample before starting pilots with us.
Okay, Martin?
I think I like what I've seen, a great presentation. 2 remarks, your licensing model will take longer than you think because you need to have the laboratories and you need to publish a lot of papers. What is your publication going on and who is helping you there?
Yeah. So very, very good question. So first, we've got research collaboration with currently more than 10 international research centers. For example, Stanford in the US, Larry Boisier Hospital in Paris, and also in Australia. With all these centers, there are great professors in Alzheimer's dementia that are very well known, and we're going to publish with them the results of the ongoing study. So we're planning to get the result by Q2 2022. So I would say at the beginning of Q1 2023, we should get the publication accepted and peer-reviewed. So that's the strategy here. And then the next strategy will be to validate the product on other courts and to, at each time, do a publication on what we achieved to do. But yes, it will take time to convince everyone, of course.
Yeah, I want to go back to patents. Do you have any? Have you registered? How many?
So we've got one license, exclusive license, on the animal models that we use to pre-identify the biomarkers, and a patent that is 100% owned by AGNT on the biomarkers. So that's the main product. It's, we are the owner of it.
Okay, so you said that the pre-money was between $30 and $45 million?
30 and 45, yeah.
So $45 million is approximately 35 million euros, and you're asking me 15 million euros, so I'm getting 30% of your shares. Is that correct?
No, so if the pre-money is 30...
35?
No, it's just 30 million euros. So if you invest 15 million euros, you will get 33% of the company.
How many?
33% plus money of the company.
33. 3.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, well, I said 30. So, okay. The question is...
I heard 50, sorry.
No. Sorry for the mask. So, how many board members do you have?
None right now. It's only business angels. And so we don't have a board right now.
And what's the plan for me? Because I want to be in the board and I want to have at least 1/3 of the seats.
You will be in the board. if you invest. It depends on if you, for example, if you're the lead investor, you will get a seat. If you're not, it will be.
Yeah, no. I thank you very much. I thank you. You allow me to be seated in my 1/3 company. My question is, what's your plan for the board? So do you have a board of 5 people, of 10 people, of only you and I?
No.
So how are you going to manage?
It will be 5 people at first, with someone that will be one of the investors, of course. I think Jerome and I will be on the board as well, and maybe another investor and someone from the outside.
So let's say you 5 people, I have 1/3, I can have 2 people plus you and the CEO 4 and another one.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I'm happy.
Okay, no, I don't like that your board is, sorry, not your board, all your team is basically men. So how are you going to change that?
So right now we are planning to hire more women, of course. Just to explain a little bit, we didn't choose to be only men. Just I met Jerome, we had 2 boss men.
Nature played a role here.
And after that, we knew the people that we hired, so we need to trust them. So it was the easiest way to start the team. But yes, the next one would be definitely woman. And in the board, we would like to have a woman as well, of course.
Yeah, we will only invest if it's 50-50, you know, because of course the dementia and Alzheimer's, there's a lot of women patients there.
It's pretty easy. As soon as we invest, we could, because if you decide to invest, I think we will have already women that we were ready to hire. And so we would just need the money to do that. So
I'm a little bit surprised. I saw that a good friend of mine, Werner Langthaler from Evotech, is in your company. He has got 50 million, so why does he not invest? And why do you need new investors in? Why do the old investors, if everything looks so pretty, don't put in the money? Why do you need new investors?
Oh, because right now it's mainly business angels.
Well, it's Evotech. Evotech is one of the biggest fund, the most experienced fund. And Werner knows his business. So why is he not giving you the money?
No, Evotech is not the fund, it's the platform that we're using to develop the mass spectrometry assays.
Why does your existing investors don't give you the money if everything is as rosy as you say?
Because the existing investors, the only ones that we have right now are business angels. So yes, they've got a lot of money, some of them, but not enough to invest 15 million euros first. And the second answer is the fact that if we want to also to be taken seriously by the big pharma, we need to have market investors. And market investors come from VCs or family office sometimes when they're well known, or also corporate VC, but not only business angels.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is my industry. I like the product. I have the 15 millions. And I only have one request, is that your CEO becomes the chief scientific officer, and I bring a CEO that can bring the company to the next level. Do you want my 15 million euros or not?
That's not something that we are against. I mean, with Jerome, we don't care about the title. What we want is the product to be bring to the market. And if you've got someone that could be a good fit for us, it could be the CEO if he brings expertise, of course.
Okay, I'm interested then.
So sorry, time's up. So dear jury, do you just want to conclude super quickly? Like what would be your...
Yeah. We would be interested, but if we name the people who are running the show.
And we would invest if your existing investors co-invest with us.
They will. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. So we just tapped into the diversity topic. So Angela and I both are looking into that very much in the deep tech sector. So I'm very excited to have our next candidate on stage. We have with us Ivana Shoyukic. She's the CEO of Active Solar. Welcome on stage.
Well, first of all, I'm very happy to be here today. I don't know if I'll still be saying this at the end of the session, but I'm very happy to introduce you to our innovation SMO solar process. We believe in a sustainable net zero future by smart, decentralized, and autonomous waste-to-energy systems. And we can make this a reality with our solution. What you see on the screen is a real-scale prototype of an SMO processor, which can use solar energy to turn any type of carbon-based waste into green energy and carbon recycling products. So why now? Sorry, I have a problem with my clicker. Half of European waste today is incinerated or landfilled. This goes in hand with heavy carbon footprint and dramatic consequences on the environment and people's health. Another sector which is craving decarbonization is also energy production, where electrification is key to greener future. However, renewable energy sources will take time and heavy investments, and here green hydrogen is definitely a good candidate to help this just transition. But hydrogen from electrolysis is still expensive, production is centralized, and it will take time to reach scale. But why wait? SMO has the solution today to offer both sectors simultaneously a powerful solution to turn any kind of carbon-based waste into green energy while acting as a dynamic carbon sink. Sorry. So waste to energy exists already, but it also comes with the heavy carbon footprint and high energy costs. And SMO is the only waste to energy solution which is completely energy autonomous, and besides green hydrogen produces carbon recycling products, all while storing CO2. So these unique benefits or features of SMO make it a highly profitable and adaptable solution, offering competitively priced products. The European market of renewable energies is growing rapidly, and unique features of SMO make it perfectly adaptable for sunny and isolated areas such as Mediterranean islands, which is also our first market. The growth, which is estimated for these zones, will be evaluated to 1 billion euros of value for this new market by 2030. So this is our mission. Our team is highly committed into making this a reality, into accelerating energy transition by offering a powerful cross-sector solution to decarbonize fast. So our team we have known each other for a long time. We've grown also over the years, but we've been working together since 10 years on multiple projects. We give each other some funny names, as you can see on the screen. But with our different profiles, we share knowledge, courage, and vision to make this a reality. And we never lose off sight our dream for a better future by starting and acting locally. So this is why we think that we're a perfect machine for the net zero race. To achieve our goals, we will build in 2022 a 2-megawatt pilot on the island of Cres in Croatia. In 2025, we will deploy by building 10-megawatt plants to reach our goal objective by 2030 to operate 12 plants in the southeastern Europe and taking 15% of this new market shares. Our commercial plants represent a capex which is 3 times less expensive than similar solutions. It is highly profitable, and payback period is very short of 3 years. The total cost of our pilot is 6 million euros, and we are asking for 1.6 million euros in equity, which will be combined with debt and own funds to build and operate this pilot. We plan a Series A fundraising in 2024 to finance deployment, and our exponential revenue model makes an opportunity of auto-financing scale-up. However, relying on external funds could really speed up our growth pace. So what kind of future do we all want? We want to be the magnet, the local magnet, and attract more innovation, more markets, and a more hopeful future. Thank you.
Maybe I start. I like the idea, but I have 2 major concerns. You're very CapEx intensive. You will need more than 1 pilot project to prove. You will need a long time to get on the market, and you need a lot of money. So why should I invest now?
Thank you for the question. We already have a running prototype, which is running since 2016. And we believe that this pilot project that we will be building in the island in Croatia could really prove all the functionality of this technology. But on the other side, this technology has multiple products, thus meaning multiple revenue streams. So we are relying on this also to show that this technology can be viable even before reaching the readiness for hydrogen market.
I understand your part, but my part is, why should I get in now? What's the incentive for me? What do you offer me as a goodie to be one of the first investors into an venture that is last long?
We offer you, of course, high share in the company for taking the risk. So there are two mechanisms we envisage. Either you can enter the capital for 20% of the shares, or we also can offer a convertible loan, giving access to interest and reimbursement 3 times your investment in 5 years, or converted into shares.
Thank you. Thank you.
I like the diversity of your team, but you are all awfully young. So who has done this before? And if I invest, I mean, how will I know that you guys can run the show?
We are a young team. However, we also have, if you wish, older scientists and business people which have helped develop this technology. They are also part of the group. We are a team of 15 people approximately, and have diverse types of profiles in our team, which are all working together to make this story a reality.
Yes, but has someone really scaled up a company and exited?
The company has been financed mostly on own funds and by subventions for innovation, and this is how the prototype has been built.
No, I know. I'm asking you, who in your team today has the experience of scaling up a company, going, for such a high investment in a particularly difficult area, which is Mediterranean islands?
Well, we have some entrepreneurial experiences, and especially maybe I'll let Julie answer this question because she has more experience.
As Ivana said, we have startup experiences and various experiences. However, we will rely when scaling up on highly skilled profiles that we want to hire and to integrate in the story, because we know
But you don't have them now?
No.
You don't have them?
No.
Okay, I pass it on.
Okay, I'm the slow guy here. I didn't understand your business. I don't understand if you complete waste to energy plants or what. So let me understand one key thing here is, who the hell are your customers?
So our model is to turn waste into energy. And our revenue relies on several streams, because we can get paid for the treating the waste. And we also sell products, which are energy, of course, in the form of hydrogen or electricity, and carbon products.
So you are competing against existing waste-to-energy plants?
Yes.
Okay.
Our competitors are waste-to-energy plants, but our main assets are the fact that we are very low OPEX, because we don't pay for energy, because we are solar-powered. We have several revenue streams, and altogether this means a very highly profitable model.
Yeah, but the waste-to-energy plants relies 80% on the gate fee of the waste. So
yeah, standard waste-to-energy technologies do rely on this tipping fee. However, because our process is slightly different, we have high-quality carbon products which are market-ready and have a high value at the market already. So basically, this could maybe be some period where we could balance the hydrogen market and this pre-commercialization phase through the carbon products, which can make the solution viable on itself.
Okay, and your customers are, or your potential customers are, utilities, are industry?
With our carbon products, is that the question? With the carbon products, or?
Who are going to pay your invoices?
Sorry, who's going to pay?
Who are going to pay your invoices? Who's going to pay them?
So as we can produce electricity, then the distributors of electricity are definitely one of our customers. We can work with the PPAs. For the carbon products, there are some different potential buyers in the industry of food industry, drug industry, because we produce high quality active carbon, which is used for filtration. We produce extremely high quality carbon black, which is used for tire productions, electronics. So these are our customers.
Okay, thank you.
But each of these customers have to pay 15 million to have a plant?
No, we build and operate plants and we sell our products.
So you will operate all the plants?
Yes.
Okay, that was not very clear.
Okay, I think two observations. You have a build, operate, and transfer, because at a certain point of time you need to sell your plants, because you cannot build 100 plants. No investor will invest in this. The second thing is you need to become a trading company in carbonite, which is very different in producing fuels and electricity. So you are something else than you pretend to be. This is a difficult pitch for family offices to understand, nor will I follow your market on the carbonite, nor do I want to invest in big capex. So sorry, I pass.
Okay, one last question. You are, or you want to be an utility, or you want to be a technology vendor?
Do you want to answer this?
So you answered me already. Thank you very much. I pass.
Yeah, talk to me maybe in 5 years when everything seems a little bit clearer, because at the moment this was very confusing. I'm sorry, girls.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Whew, I couldn't go up as fast. Thank you so much. And also thank you to all the pitchers for trusting us and also showing your, pitch deck on stage. And I hope there were also many investors online and, that also looked up and potentially you raised some interest there. So thanks, Baptiste. Thanks, Ivana, Julie. Thanks, Mats. And thanks to all of you. Do you want to just come up with a little conclusion?
Yeah, Jim. Each one sentence conclusion, you start.
Okay. Well, first, no offense. This was a role play, but I'm pretty sure that some of the questions that we asked today will appear in a real situation, not for you, but for everybody. I think they are quite real, and it is very difficult to do this in such a short period of time, but you have to get used to it. That's my practice.
Yeah, no, kind of the same to me. I think all three ideas have merit, but I think you didn't really portray them to what an investor wants to hear. I mean, you were telling us what you want to do, not what we want to hear, which is a completely different thing. So I think you need to do similar exercises, like with us, with others. In all the countries, there are networks of investors. They're not as scary as maybe we might look. So definitely, use the network and also help each other.
I think one of the observations is you spend a lot of time explaining your technology. As an investor, I give you technology, I will not understand it, but I want to understand what is the value you bring on the table for me as an investor. And I think all three of you, some area for improvement, because the value, the quest for value, you have not answered in any of your pitches. Think about the value you bring and the technology as a mean to deliver the value. But you're thinking technology and how to get money out of it. It's the other way around, unfortunately.
Thank you so much, again, to our pitchers and also to you. And, fittingly, the next session will be Startup Today, Unicorn tomorrow. So thanks for being with us and have fun with the next session, which is starting in about 5 minutes. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Aina, contributing editor with Sifted, and if you don't know Sifted, we're a news company in London. Welcome to the session. Please tell me that everyone else had trouble fitting back into their suits. It's been a while. I still have the lockdown weight, unfortunately. Unlike myself though, European tech is fighting fit at the moment. Tech is emerging from the pandemic lean and mean. And it's benefited enormously from the accelerated shift to digital we've seen in the last year and a half. Lack of venture capital used to be the top complaint of founders, but there's loads of it now. Europe is better capitalized than ever. European tech firms are pulling in far larger sums of money per investment than they used to. And I think 2021 is on course for a record year of funding as well. So it all sounds pretty good. But I think we should stand back a little bit as well and think about whether the right sums of money are going to the right startups. So we're going to talk today about who's up and who's down on funding. We're going to hear practical experiences, practical tips from our founders on stage. We're also going to go the other side of the investment table. We're going to talk to investors on what founders should be bringing to the table, how they should prepare for meeting VCs. And I think we'll also consider if the momentum of VC funding is sustainable or whether there's a bubble here that's ready to burst. So, joining me today to talk about some of these issues, we have Joram Wijngaard. He's founder and CEO of Dealroom in Amsterdam. We have Emily Meads. She's a deep tech investor at Speed Invest, the Austrian VC firm. We have Robert Marino, he's CEO of Qubit Pharmaceuticals in Paris. We have Theo Paranin, he's co-founder and CEO of Alice & Bob, a company in Paris which is building a quantum computer, quantum hardware. And we have William Jonker, he's CEO of EIC Digital. So, to set the scene, we're going to go to Joram. He's a good partner in crime of Sifted. He's going to kick off and speak to us about the direction of travel of European VC. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Ina. This is Joram Wijngaard. I'm the founder of Dealroom, and I'm just going to set the scene for the next 10 minutes before we go back into the panel. So I've presented some data for today about how to navigate what's probably the greatest ever tech boom there ever has been. I'm going to zoom in a little bit on Europe's tech ecosystem and also talk about how deep tech, and I think that we have two amazing founders here on stage who are deep tech founders, how that is different and how to make sense of all the money that's being invested right now. So navigating the greatest ever tech boom. One way to see the crazy times that we're in is to just look at the NASDAQ index. So the top 100 companies that are in the NASDAQ are together worth 23 trillion. You can see like a small blip in 2008, which was like the banking crisis. And before that, you can see also in the beginning a blip that was like the dot-com crash. And it just seems like insignificant compared to where we are now. If you look at startups that have been created since 1990, together they're worth 22 trillion in enterprise value. And what you can also see is that the most recent cohorts of those are actually creating the most value. That's the red part. That's startups that have been founded since 2010 are responsible for about half of that, so about $10 trillion. And of course, part of what's like driving all that surge in valuations is venture capital, which is completely crushing previous records. So this year, almost 600 billion will be invested in startups worldwide. So it's just enormous numbers. And of course, because of that, unicorns are being created everywhere. Here you can see some selection of geographies. I just picked a few. India, which is booming, New York. China is a little bit tapering off, but Europe is accelerating, and so is Silicon Valley, Bay Area. And this year, about 2 unicorns were created every day. So that's like also staggering statistic. And so here comes kind of the good news for Europe is this tech boom is not happening only in Silicon Valley, it's actually spreading across the world. And there are now 170 cities worldwide that have 1 or more unicorn, and of which 65 are in Europe. So Europe has actually the most unicorn cities. And why do we care about that? Because once a city is able to produce 1 unicorn, it's usually a sign that the ecosystem there is flourishing. This is one of my favorite slides at the moment, because it shows how important venture-backed entrepreneurship is becoming for the whole economy. So it's not just about startups or the startup ecosystem, it's about the economy. In the Bay Area, 68% of jobs are at VC-backed companies. In all of the US, it's 24%. The EU still has a long way to go. It's less than 2%. So Europe's share also of global venture capital is now at an all-time high. In China, so basically venture capital is kind of shifting from China to Europe. And Europe's share of global venture capital is now almost 18%, which is roughly the same as its share of global GDP. So zooming in on Europe. So the European startups ecosystem is combined worth about 3 trillion, which is the combined valuation of all startups founded since 1990. And investment in European startups is close to hitting 100 billion this year, which is just a number that was not, you could not imagine that just 2 years ago. It's the same amount that was invested in the US, in all of the US, just a few years ago. So when I was working on this presentation, I saw those numbers and I actually was quite surprised, and I immediately shared it on social media. And this got shared a lot by VC firms, and one of them was Christoph Jans, who maybe you know, he's a pretty prominent investor in Point9. Point9 is a firm that he set up. It's one of the most prominent seed investors in Europe that has invested in, I think, 11 unicorns. So not someone you would see on Dragon's Den or something like that. And he kind of made a really nice summary of where we are. So, of course, the market is a bit overheated. Startups are getting overfunded. Some will scale prematurely. A lot of money will be lost. But net, it's a positive for Europe. And I think that's right, because if you look at what happened in Silicon Valley just in the dot-com boom, a lot of companies crashed and burned, but some of the most powerful companies like Google, Amazon also come from that era. So in Europe, most of the action is happening in the UK, Germany, France, but it's really spreading across Europe, so that's good to see. They're still getting funded mostly from the US and the Asia, and actually increasingly are getting funded from the US and Asia. So European investors should really step up. And then so to kind of finish my presentation, and we can go into the panel, is, okay, so how is deep tech different? And how can deep tech benefit from all that money that's going around? Does it mean that it's easy to raise? So the thing about deep tech is that it combines 2 types of risks. So there is engineering and scientific risk, and there's product market risk. So a normal startup doesn't have engineering and scientific risk. It uses existing technology. A biotech startup doesn't have product market risk because there's always a market for new medicine, but they have the scientific risk. But if you combine both, that's deep tech. So why on earth would you do something like that? So, and because of that, deep tech companies scale differently. So they have a longer ramp up and then a regular startup, and also then a biotech startup. There's more R&D going on. And so because of that, what deep tech companies often do is they start in the university, and they also depend on some early support from government grants. So that's why I think, in a nutshell, the EIC initiative is really critical to get those deep tech companies off the ground. And you can see lots of examples here about why that works. The great example is BioNTech, which for the first about 10 years of its existence didn't have any traction yet in the market because it was just not ready, and people were not even that interested in this mRNA platform, and you know what happened then. But there are tons of others like IQM, Onfido, Exscientia, that's using also AI-based drug discovery that recently went public. So it takes a bit more time to build a deep tech startup, but the rewards are there, and the risks get shared. And actually the graduation rates of deep tech startups, so the success rate over the long run, is the same as with normal startups. And even deep tech startups in the current market are scaling faster than before. So the average time to becoming a unicorn has gone down. And also the path to exit has vastly improved. So there's many more routes to exit a deep tech company now than there was just 5 years ago, including SPACs, IPOs. So there's much more room for them to take a long-term view and get really big. And actually, university-affiliated startups in Europe combined are worth over 150 billion, so that just shows that there is a massive potential and that this is a very interesting segment for investors. So that's it. And I think during the panel we can talk more about, is there a bubble and is it so easy to raise? So I don't think so. It's actually still quite hard. And the hotness of the market is concentrated around just a few deals. So that can be quite confusing for founders, but looking forward to discuss it.
Thank you, Jorm. Brilliant. Oh yeah, why not? Brilliant. Deserves a clap. So yes, as we can see from Jorm's presentation, there's big piles of money spinning around Europe, looking for places to land. And I was speaking to a guy in the coffee area here yesterday, and he works in the energy sector, and he works with hardware. And he told me he's had a hard time with investors so far, that it's hard to get them interested in hardware. As far as he's concerned, investors, what he said is they're Me Too's, they like hopping on bandwagons. That was his view, not mine. I think journalists are certainly guilty of hopping on bandwagons. But maybe I'll turn to one of our founders now, to Robert. I imagine quantum is an easy topic to get investors excited in at the moment. What's your experience been?
I think Theo will agree. A lot of people are very interested in quantum. And the reason I would say some of them are interested is because their LPs ask them, I heard that quantum is a hot topic. What is your quantum strategy? So they have to look on the internet and, oh yeah, we know that company, we're in discussion with this company. So most of the time, they are interested in quantum because LPs are interested in quantum. But for them, it's very hard to understand clearly what it is, what it will bring, what value to expect, and when to expect something. And that's probably one of the major issues that we have, is that they are evaluating deep tech companies often with the same metrics as what they would do with SaaS companies, like what is your customer traction? How many people are willing to sign for a proof of concept or whatever? How many new customers do you have? What is your monthly revenue, etc. Asking this to companies that are still at the R&D stage, it cannot fit. So yes, a lot of interest. but they need to learn what KPIs to use in order to evaluate the companies. So a lot of people are interested, but I'm not that sure that there will be a lot in the end that will really support the development of a quantum ecosystem. I don't know what you think, Theo, on that.
Yeah, I fully agree. I mean, quantum is most likely the most deep tech at the moment. And the entry barrier for VCs to judge the assets of an early stage quantum company is quite high. I mean, if you're on the other side of the table, it's very challenging to estimate how credible is the roadmap, what are the assets to date, how valuable those are. And so there are just a handful of VCs well equipped to deal with those kinds of deals, that's for sure.
And I think also the key problem in quantum is expertise. So we already as companies struggle to hire people, the proper ones. So when VCs try to find experts to support the due diligence, for instance, they often end up in a pitfall that is the experts are either a senior advisory member to the startups they want to invest in, or competitors because they have their own startup. So of course they will not say that the startup is good. So that's another issue. When you are in a very niche and scientific complex markets, then finding the proper people is very hard.
Yeah, quantum labor pool is quite small, I guess, at the moment. But we have one of these investors on the line, I think. We have Emily. Maybe she will tell us a little bit about how she assesses these companies, the difficulties she has, because it's unproven technology. I wonder what your method is like, if you want to tell us.
Yeah, sure. Happy to give a little bit of insight. I think I'm probably quite a unique case because I took it upon myself to do a master's in quantum technologies to be able to try to do the due diligence myself. So I think it's actually really, really important to have that scientific credibility and be able to do some of it yourself. Of course, I'm not an expert. I don't have a PhD in the subject matter, and even if I did, it would be a very small part of the quantum stack. But I agree that the difficulty of finding talent for startups is the same on the deep tech side of things from investors' point of view. We're all looking at the same pool of people, and it's still quite a small ecosystem. So I can see, and it has happened before, where it's challenging to find like a neutral and objective point of view. But I think that this is also not so specific to quantum. I think there's a whole upskilling that needs to happen for deep tech investors in general. Like you do, I think, need to expect some technical capabilities from investors today. And it's going to take a little bit of time before that upskilling happens. Like if we think about how long deep tech has been hot for and is getting a lot of funding, it's on the scale of a few years. So it's all very young and new. And I think, the VC side of the table needs to make more effort, and founders also need to give the ecosystem a little bit of time to catch up with this expertise. I don't know if anyone else has thoughts on this.
Thank you, Emily. We have Willem on the line as well, and I want to make sure to come to him. Willem, you must see it all the time with digital technologies where they go in and out of favor. It was blockchain for a while, now it's probably the metaverse that everyone wants to hear about. I'd love to get a perspective from you on, what startups should do. Should they try and align themselves with these cool new things like the metaverse, or should they just concentrate on their own thing? Well, I think you're muted.
Sorry, thanks very much for having me here. The system indicates indeed that I was muted, so much for technology. First of all, a very nice presentation. And of course, the presentation takes the angle from the investor. And that's one angle on the overall issue. The other angle is, of course, the technology itself. Then it was already mentioned. Do we have the talent available? And then, of course, please do not forget the market, because you may go with high valuation for quite a while without having revenues, but one day somebody will knock the door and say, hey, where are the revenues now? So it's those four elements that are important. What makes deep tech harder is that market traction and technology risks, as you rightfully indicated, are there, but also, do you have the talent? Because you can run into certain technology problems that really requires a lot of expertise, creativity, research to get over it. And in the end, I mean, of course, if you want access to a lot of money, you do see a tendency of overinvestment in a certain area that becomes very popular. You mentioned blockchain, artificial intelligence, of course, is an example of that, and quantum may also be another one. On the end, if you have a company, of course, you should do where you are good at. And for me, a good example of a very successful European deep tech company is ASML from the Netherlands. And if you look at how that company evolved and developed itself and became the most valuable digital company in Europe, you see it's a long journey. It originated actually from a corporate R&D center, being Philips, rather than from a university. It benefited enormously from being well connected in the semiconductors world for its access to market. And it also was supported with corporate finance when things were difficult and nobody wanted to invest. So in the end, this story tells that valuation, easy access to large amounts of VC in deep tech is maybe the game is a little bit different here. So you look, do I have the talent pool? Do I have good inroads to the market? Because deep tech markets are far more difficult to penetrate sometimes than consumer markets. And when it comes to investors, you know what you need is very good analytics. You don't have to be a domain expert, but you have to have very good analytics skills. Is the story that I'm being told by the experts really true? And is it really valid? Because experts are experts, but also on a limited domain very often. And they have a certain view on the world. And you should always be critical whether these stories really are logical, whether you really understand the logic behind it and not are just impressed by all the deep technology and think, oh, I don't understand it, so the expert will probably be right, so why not go for it? So I really like the remark saying I did a master's in quantum to really, I want to understand what I'm doing. And I think that is with deep tech important, not to be an expert, but to understand the arguments of the experts. And I've witnessed that myself when I was responsible for part of R&D in Philips in my previous job. And we had the best and brightest people, and they were always right on their subject, but they were not always right on the potential success of their technology in the market. And their arguments were not always valid when it came to that, because it was outside their domain. So you should not be, and of course, when you start a venture, you need to sell the whole package to the investors. You need to sell that you have great technology, you have great people, and you have great access to the market. But that should be very well analyzed. And let's also be honest, I mean, you can analyze until eternity. Some of these things are simply hard to predict. I mean, quantum computing, it's a clear disruption, absolutely. It has a potential. However, there are still quite a few elements to get scalable quantum computers sitting on the desk. So, and will those fundamental issues be solved? Yes or no? And the jury is out to a certain extent.
Thank you, Willem. Well, yeah, I'd love to hear more about this quantum journey. I'd love to ask our two founders how it's going, because I talk to experts sometimes and they say it's very hard to predict when we're going to have a usable quantum technology. But I want to hear about your journeys.
So I guess this one is for me. So, as a hardware player, so just to say a couple of words about the journey. So Alice and Bob is 18-month-old. We so far raised 5 million euros to French VCs, Elia and Brega. We're a spin-off of several French labs, CNRS, CA, Nubria. And what we're doing is we're exactly trying to solve this problem of having reliable quantum computers that actually delivers this exponential speed up to enable Robert to do the drug discovery with it, basically. And so the journey is quite interesting because it's still very early stage R&D, and yet the stakes are huge. The impact of quantum computing is in the hundreds of billions of dollars, and the competitors are quite formidable. I mean, we're competing head-to-head with Google, IBM. We have Amazon following suit on our technology, and it's about a race to deliver that technology soon enough to answer the needs and capture. Because something that I think is quite unique to deep tech is the entry barrier. And this is one of the most interesting things is this kind of journey, is that you are securing a spot in an ecosystem that would be very hard to claim for another player. There is a very limited skill pool, and if you capture this, we're also conquering IP and positioning ourselves as the key provider in those supply chain. So it's an interesting race, an interesting journey where you are both doing R&D and securing a spot in an extremely tense and valuable market at the same time.
Totally agree with you, Theo. I mean, we are users of massive computing power. Today, we are using classic computing, high-performance computers, and we are transitioning towards a quantum computer, the ones that are ready yet, and the one that will be ready soon, in order to be able to better design drugs, go faster, and completely switch from wet lab to computers, the way it has been done in automotive industry or aerospace. So that allows to go much faster and have better results, explainable results. The way we approach quantum computing, I have an issue with the way things are done in Europe when thinking about quantum computing most of the time, because people say there is classic computing and there is quantum computing, and we'll go from one to the other without transitioning, as if you had to oppose both of them. That's not what's going on. People are going to use classic computer, probably forever, and in parallel, they will use, and that's what we do, also quantum computers for certain tasks. And that's probably an issue in terms of mindset that we have now in Europe, is to think, okay, quantum computing cannot succeed because there are so many issues in the scalability of quantum computers. Yes, there are issues. There were issues when we were developing planes, there were issues to develop faster trains, etc. But there are also opportunities. And we think, and I think personally that we can have a transition, nice and smooth transition, use quantum computers even today. There are some great European providers in quantum computers that bring computing power today to do small tasks that are very complex on classic computers, do them better. Of course, you don't solve the entire problem, but you solve some small problems. And time going on, you will solve bigger and bigger problem, and maybe eventually completely switch 90% of your workflow on quantum computers. So why is it important to start now? Because, well, others do. The money that is invested in quantum computer is massive, and it takes time. Switching from CPUs, the things that the processors that Intel developed in the past, to GPUs, the graphic card that NVIDIA developed, for instance, for computing, takes 5 to 10 years. Switching from GPUs to noisy intermediate quantum computing will take 5 to 10 years. Switching to fault-tolerant quantum computing will take 5 to 10 years. You have to develop the algorithmics, you have to develop everything. If you wait for the time the quantum computer is there to switch, you will be 10 years behind. So that's why you need to take risk. You need to invest in developing the algorithmics, the ecosystem, build strong partnerships with the hardware providers. With, of course, we are software developers. We use our own software to develop drugs. But I think it's very important to go now because it will happen, just happen. And we cannot allow ourselves to be 10 or 20 years late when it will be ready.
Great. Well, thank you. I'm going to pull back a little bit here at this moment, and I want to bring in an outside perspective. I was listening to a podcast recently, and it featured Sun Microsystems co-founder Vinod Khosla. So he's a very successful guy in America, and he was talking about European venture capital And he was a little bit dismissive of efforts in Europe. I'll read you what he said. He said, Europe is too respectful of institutions. You need much more disrespect for authority. I find many European startups, if they have a big idea, it gets turned into a decent idea. So it gets downsized a little bit. It doesn't quite live up to expectations. So yeah, maybe I'll put this to Joram, if you have any perspective on this. What, do you think he has a point?
Yeah, I think he has a point. Definitely, like it's starting to change a bit, but we're definitely not there yet. He has a point.
He's right.
If you don't mind, I'd like to elaborate on that. The issue that we have here is that we need to ask for so much permission. You know, it's like, oh, that's very interesting. Let's do the due diligence. Wait, I have to ask for my committee, and the committee has to ask for another committee, and then we forgot about that question. So going back to the committee, etc., etc. Everything takes time. Everything, even whether you're looking for equity, for grant, for everything, it's so long. Really, so long. But the issue is that when compared to other ecosystems such as North America, China, or whatever, I think the key metric that we should keep in mind is not as much the level of funding, because we have people in the US, they cost me twice as much as in Europe. So if my competitor raises twice as much, in fact, they have the same amount of money than we do to achieve results. But they will go much faster. They will take maybe 3 months to raise, while it will take 9 months here or 12 months here. Just because here you need more validation, we think about everything that can go wrong, etc. I try to meet at least 2 clients and partners a week and hire at least 1 person a month to grow to make the company grow and succeed in what we want to do. Every time I miss 1 month, which means every time I have to pause for 1 month because I'm looking for money or looking for grant, giving more documentation or whatever, that means I give my competitors access to 8 to 10 more clients and hiring 1 person that I would hire. So 9 months. Can you imagine what an edge we give to North American and Asian companies? And I think that's the key issue here. It's to go fast and just trust the founders. Make sure we go. We don't have that much questions administrative. When we want, let's take risk. Let's move forward. Let's go fast so that we can compete with other ecosystems.
Great, and I want to hear from Emily on this. Emily, if you're on the line still. Can we go a little bit quicker? Do you think it's a bit too slow? Venture capital is a game of speed. Can we go faster?
Yes, I think absolutely. I agree with both Robert and Joram. I think we play it safe. We can try to be, a European Union, but we're not quite United States, so to say. And there are different incentives on a national scale and on a European scale, and trying to consolidate them all can close things down. And I think historically also Europe has a little bit of a bureaucratic administrative weight that it carries with it. And, it's well-intentioned, but I agree that it absolutely does slow it down. I'd be curious to know when the quote was given by the founder of Sun Microsystems, because I do also think we're doing a little bit better in the recent years. But I agree with both what Robert said, and I think that was a really good point, thinking about it in terms of the costs, to the competitors and how that really adds up very, very quickly over several months. So, agree.
And I think what Vinod Khosla also means is the attitude of founders and VCs. So in the US, I think a founder would just break the rules and then figure it out later. And here we are too afraid of that. And I'm not saying some rules can't be broken, but if you look, for example, at how they scaled with scooters, and also Uber, they just went for it and they said, okay, we'll figure out the regulation afterwards. And here we try to first have everything in place before we scale. So I think it's a bit of both sides are guilty of it. And especially if you go to Italy, for example, Italian founders love to complain about how there's too much bureaucracy. But the bureaucracy in Germany is just as bad. And they complain, they also complain a bit about it, but they don't pretend like that's holding them back.
Theo? What kind of frustrations have you come up against dealing with investors?
No, I mean, it's... I was thinking when I was listening to the panel before this one, that maybe the difference we have is with North America is relationship to standards, to things that should not be discussed, that are the usual practice of the field, and that we should not, at each conversation with the VC, have to discuss about exit possibilities. It's obvious for everyone how things goes, the level of dilution in a deal. I mean, those things are pretty standard, and thinking and overthinking those points actually is part of what slows down the process. And regarding the relationship to risk, there is a mindset about what is the position you're trying to capture and how this will create a unique valuation versus the risk of being caught or limited by the regulation later on, or the limitation of physics or whatever are the rules you're breaking, not necessarily government-based rules. And I really think things are going in the right direction. I actually have little frustration in the sense that that there is definitely momentum pushing those things in the right direction. And now the question is, how can we do this change faster and be more bold and bring the whole ecosystem with us as we move forward, not just giving up on it and saying we'll move to North America like some of quantum companies in Europe did to get access to that fast funding and ambitious statements.
Thank you very much. I want to come back to Willem as well. I don't want to forget about you, Willem. You've been at EIT Digital for a long time, of course. Do you think it's getting a little bit better? Are companies able to scale more than they were in the past? And what kind of help are you giving them?
Yeah, I think the situation is definitely improving. It also shows from the graphs. At the same time, you see that in Europe, well, look at the graph that was shown on jobs. You see that in Europe, this is still a very small part of the economy. And of course, that influences the overall story. Nevertheless, I do fully agree we need to speed up. And it's not you go fast and take a lot of risk, and you go slow and there are no risks. I mean, that's absolutely not, for me, the right opposition between the two things. It's more about how do you organize decision making? And that's what you see. I mean, I think you quoted, if I remember well, the word institutionalized was mentioned. And I think that is a bit what you see in Europe, that we look a lot at established institutions for our R&D and for our innovation. And those institutions are large, have an enormous history, and that makes also very often decision-making complex. We're in Europe always need also to team up to get critical mass, and that slows things down. So I think what we have to find is more agility there in the decision making. I don't think that the risk assessment here is very much different, or that we are so cautious that we don't dare to step in new waters. Maybe a bit of that, but that's not the essence. The essence is that our decision making processes are very often pretty complex, take long as a result, because there are many parties involved. What you see much more here is a kind of combined public-private funding, which again requires a kind of alignment. At the same time, the graphs show that we are making progress here. I mean, we're here with the EIC. If I see the speed at which things are now going and compare that to where we were 10 years ago, I mean, you see an enormous difference, both in the processes, both in the agility and in the lining up, I would say, of public and private investments in this domain. That being said, we're still in the catch-up mode, of course. The good news about deep tech, I think, in the end, this is very much about having the technical talent available. right? And it's not just throwing money, and the problem will be solved. It's having the right people, the good institutions, and let them do it. We have that. I mean, we have in Europe a great R&D infrastructure. What we have to learn is to make that work more effective and more deliver also in these kind of ventures. Okay, we have in EIT, for example, a program to make sure that universities, but also RTOs, get more eloquent when it comes to supporting a startup and see valuation and societal impact through this route also as a viable option. And if you look at the EIT, I mean, you have the triangle, where at the more traditional universities, you have a combination of education and research, and we add to that really that valorization and business component. And you see that catching up. I mean, we see leading universities. I was also happy to see one of the graphs where you see the impact of universities in the creation of deep tech ventures in Europe really stepping up. So yes, still, if you look, we may have an all-time high of 18% of VC in Europe. First of all, it's relative numbers. Second, you see other parties shrinking. So if others shrink, your relative portion goes up without even doing something. So there still we are faced with the fact that in Europe, this part of the economy is still relatively small. And as a result, the whole economic culture has a different dynamics. And that means that we have to further expand this part of our economy.
Thank you very much. There's a little bit of time left. It was a quick session. What about this idea in Yoram's slides, in one of his slides, that companies are now being overfunded, that they're being asked to scale prematurely? Is this a risk for founders? Is this a lot of pressure to live up to? What do you guys think?
Usually when we raise funds, it's not to travel and to go to holidays or to organize big parties, but rather to invest in R&D. So although with 3 mothers you cannot have a baby in 3 months, if you have sufficient funding, you can also make plan on the longer term. Make sure you can also maybe launch projects before, validate the scale up also before, etc. Will all the money be used the way it should be? Well, most of it will be R&D, so R&D has high failure rate. But I think it's important to be able to plan also on the long term. So I agree maybe on one thing. One should not raise funds for the sake of raising funds and saying, okay, I personally did a 25 million euro round, so I'm a very good founder or whatever. That's the ego should not be in the equation. But I think it's important to support deep tech companies on long term. So bigger round is good, so that companies can plan and hire also talent. That's how you keep people in house, because they know they will have time to grow and reach and some good success in the company.
Yeah, I mean, I fully agree. And something I'd like to add to this is, I don't know if companies are overfounded or if startups are tackling bigger and bigger challenges that were previously only reserved to large groups or even states. I mean, when you think about it, building a quantum computer is a quest somewhat as complex, if not more complex, than going to the moon. And yet it's a race only done by private companies, and more than half of them are startups. So this is a huge challenge. Same goes for other very deep tech projects like fusion energy. And so when you tackle larger problems, you need bigger means, and thus you get more. You need more funding, but the price at the end is just scaling with that amount of funding, with the challenge you're tackling. So I guess we're more and more confident that the startup model is a good way to tackle those kinds of problems, and so we're tackling bigger and bigger challenges. But like any other kind of venture, some will succeed, some will fail, but the maths are there, and I think if venture capital is still around and going strong, is because the math is good. So I'm not sure it's overfunded.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with what you said. I think what Christoph Jans is referring to is maybe not happening in the deep tech space. I think it's totally justified to put money into it, and it's actually still not enough money almost. And you're tackling complex problems that require capital, but there's a huge outcome. I think what he means is some startups are able to raise maybe more than they need, and they take it, and in 2 years' time that could get them in trouble because maybe the market is not so over-optimistic, and they have to do a smaller round, and their cap table gets really bad, and it's bad for the founder. But that's in specific cases, I think, that are really hot, and maybe that's more happening in SaaS and consumer internet, but deep tech is not there yet. That's my view from outside.
Thank you, Joram. So I've gone over my time by a minute. I'm maybe going to throw to Emily for the last words. Emily, would you like to give us some predictions to go away with about investment in the next 5 years? Anything you'd like to say?
I think also Willem has been trying to say something quickly, so maybe we can split 30 seconds each.
Yeah, I was trying to say something indeed on the just on to follow up, and then you can close probably to follow up on is there too much money being put? I think it's always wise as a founder and the CEO of a startup to make sure that you do not get overfunded, because it can hit you in later rounds, but it can also lead you to not spending your money wisely. And I think especially in deep tech. Are you overfunded? Has everything to do with, do I have a good use of my money? And I think especially in deep tech, don't underestimate the access to talent part, and hire really the right and the good people. And sometimes, you have this valuation game. I need to become a unicorn. My valuation has to go up fast, and so on and so on. But I think for a deep tech company, it's really very important to have the right people on board. And if you have the possibility to hire a lot of very good people with your money, I mean, ask for the money, because that money will not be lost, because that will be well spent. But if you start to do all kind of other things and you are not able to attract the real people that because that's for deep tech a real differentiator. And that would be my feedback on that question. Sorry about that, but that was piggybacking on previous discussion.
And I'm going to go to Emily now. Emily.
Yeah, I won't try to predict 5 years in the future, and we're already running late. So I'm very biased, I'm aware, but I'll just close on quantum. Quantum is coming. Quantum is already here, so let's all be patient, particularly on that side of the deep tech ecosystem, and all be aware that we all need to upskill to best support our founders in deep tech in particular, and respect the scientific credibility behind it.
Well, brilliant. Thanks for sending us out. Well, thank you, everyone. Thank you to the Commission for hosting us. Thank you to Auto World. Thank you to the panel. And yeah, enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks very much. Have a good day.
So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And indeed, I think it's been a long day, it's been a long 2 days, but it's been such a rich experience. And I've only been here today, but I've heard so many thought-provoking presentations, comments, talked about so many interesting, fascinating projects that I think you're going to go back home with a head full of very positive memories. We have now reached the end of our conference, and it's my pleasure to give the floor for the concluding words to Jean-David Malo, who's the Director of the European Innovation Council. Jean-David.
Good evening. Indeed, it was a long day, 2 long days, but I think like me, you found these days very enriching, with a lot of discussion, a lot of information, a lot of interaction here in Brussels, but also online, with a number of sessions that took place online, and we have very good results regarding the level of participation. So it's a confirmation, and it's also a very strong signal for us that indeed we are on the right track. So, I mean, first of all, I would like to thank all of you here in Brussels, all those people that are online, that have participated, the speakers. We had the chance to have very high-level speakers, the EVP, Mrs. Vestager, our commissioner, Mrs. Gabriel, Commissioner Breton, a number of Director General, Deputy Director General on the side of the Commission, a very large number of CEOs, Director General of Research Institutions, and so on. More importantly, again, researchers, innovators, entrepreneurs from startups, from SMEs. And I think that it's thanks to all of them that this first ever EIC summit was a success. I think also that we learned a lot in the various sessions that we had. We had the opportunity to discuss also not only what has been achieved up to now, but what are the main challenges that we have in front of us. Talking about the importance of the technological autonomy of the Union, talking about the rise of venture capital, in particular of corporate venture, but also of any other investors. Talking about the importance of diversity in innovation, of course, of women, but beyond also women, other forms of diversity, geographically, for example. We talked about the importance to reshape the innovation area in Europe, to strengthen it. And we had the chance to have the first recommendation of the members of the EIC Forum, who had its first meeting during the EIC Summit. Of course, we had some moments of inspiration also with the awards that have been provided to the Innovation Capital, the iCapital of 2021, including the Raising City. The same for innovation in the innovation area for women innovators, with a very inspiring and I think also very emotional prize that were provided to very inspiring ideas and teams. I thought, of course, of the Innovation Procurement Prize. So a lot of things took place, taking also into account the interactions, the networking that were organized, the pitchings that were organized, the possibility to discuss with a specialist in IP protection, of coaching, mentoring. So honestly, in 1.5 years, in a physical and hybrid and virtual system, I think that it was a lot of things, very rich, a lot to digest for you. But I promise you something. It will be even bigger and even more next year. Now, and you know why I'm confident it will be even bigger and even more next year, especially for 2 things. because it's just the beginning, and we have been able during the last 2 years to demonstrate that what was appearing as impossible at the beginning is indeed now a reality. The EIC is live and the EIC is running. It's running because of your involvement. I mean, our beneficiaries, starting from the Pathfinder, going to the transition activities, the SMEs and startups that we have selected and that are fully involved in their development in the context of the accelerator, thanks to all the partners with whom we are working. And I'm thinking, of course, of the EIC board that will meet tomorrow. A number of them were with us yesterday and today. Now they are currently meeting our commissioner, Ms. Gabriel, but they will have their first meeting tomorrow. I'm thinking, of course, also of the partners with whom we are working in order to shape the innovation ecosystem. I saw that, for example, in the last session, colleagues from the EIT were present, but also colleagues from the ERC, colleagues from the innovation ecosystem all over Europe, thinking about promotional institutions, but also regional policy actors, and so on, cities. And this is because of all this large family that this will be possible. And last but not least, it will be possible because you can count on a fully dedicated team in the ESMEA agency. I mean, I have the chance to lead a very exceptional team of a bit more than 400 people, and they are fully committed. I can tell you that they have worked night and days during weekends in order to make all of this possible, and they are so committed that I'm sure that next year they want to do more, so I will not have to tell them. Now, I'd like also in this conclusion remark to tell you that we want, of course, to spread the information regarding the European Innovation Council. And the best way to do it is indeed to do it with people which are ready to act as ambassadors, who are ready to explain all around them what is the European Innovation Council, people that are the voice, in fact, of the EIC, people that will amplify the work of the new EIC board, who will help us to ensure we continue to serve the needs of the most ambitious startups, SMEs, deep tech researchers, in order to achieve the objective of the Union. So it's a great honor and pleasure for me, in conclusion to the first EIC summit, to present to your attention the first 33 EIC ambassadors. They are coming from very different origins in terms of geography, different origins in terms of backgrounds, and I can tell you that they are all fully committed. Allow me, it will not be too long, but they deserve it. Allow me to quote their name. So, will be the first EIC ambassadors, Patty Cosgrave, the founder and CEO of the Web Summit, Marjolaine Elder, the founder and CEO of Plant-E, Tavet Henricus, the co-founder and chairman of TransferWise, Jana Kollar, the CEO of Seric Eric, Constantine van Oranje-Nassau, the special envoy of Startup Delta in the Netherlands, Roxanne Varza, the CEO of Station F, Jim Hageman Snaber, who is the chairman of Möller-Merckx, the nominated chairman of Siemens AG, as well as an adjunct professor at Copenhagen Business School, Grain Dwyer, the CEO of Story Creative, Ingmar Hoer, the co-founder and CEO of CureVac, Carlos Oliveira, the executive president of José Neves Foundation, Bindi Kaya, who is a startup expert and advisor, Kerstin Bock, the CEO of Openers, and I think that Kerstin is normally in the room, so you can You can go up. Kirsten, you deserve it. Joe Burry, the Managing Director of Flanders Institute of Biotechnology. Dermot Diamond, the Principal Investigator of the Insight Center for Data Analytics, DCU. Frederick Erstedt, the Vice President of Utilization, Chalmers University of Technology. Jerzy Langer, Emeritus Professor at the Institute of Physics of the Polish Academy of Sciences. Valeria Nicolosi, Professor of Nanomaterials and Advanced Microscopy at Trinity College Dublin. Roberto Verganti, the Professor of Leadership and Innovation as well as Director of the Garden, a Center for Design and Leadership at Stockholm Schools of Economics. Youssef Youssef, the CEO of LG Sonic. Angel Giuliano, the CEO of Across Limits Business Angels and President Foundation for Women Entrepreneurs. Angel is also with us. Thank you, Angel. César Pascual Garcia, Lead Research Associate at Luxembourg Institute of Science and Technology. Emmanuel Stratakis, Research Director at IESL Force and the founder and CEO of Biomimetic. Rachel Reichev, founder at Endurosat. Thalis Yuna, Professor and Vice Rector for Research at the Riga Technical University. Or Redskin, co-founder and CEO at iControl. Stavriana Kofteros, Vice President of Cyprus RNI Foundation and co-founder of Startup Cyprus and European Startup Network. Irina Borodina, co-founder and CTO of BioFerro. Christian Daskalu, VC founder, partner, and co-founder of Techcelerator Gapminder. Veronika Udova, CEO and co-founder of S-Biomedic. Christina Kovacs-Schreiner, CEO of Lixea. Alexandru Müller, Director at National Institute for Research and Development in Microtechnologies. Christina Vicini Rademacher, founder of Vicini Strategy, board member and fund and consulting, Delaware Consulting International. And finally, Marie-Elisabeth Rüssling, Director at Aura SRL. I think that they all deserve your applaud. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now at the end of the first EIC Summit in 2021. I'd like again to thank you all. I would like to wish you a nice trip back for people who came in Brussels and have to go home. I'd like to thank the numerous people who are online for their participation, and I hope that you had a good time like we had a good time in Brussels. Allow me to conclude by saying that it was a real pleasure for me and for my team to host you here. And I give you an appointment, a rendezvous in 1 year time for the second EIC Summit. Thanks a lot, and keep up the good work. Bye-bye.